Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Umineko Chapter 3. Our party is splitting up, as parties tend to do in horror series. How few are they splitting up into? I don't know, but it looks like Kiri's by herself, Rudolph's by himself, Kraus is with his wife Natsuhi, and I don't know who else is grouped up. I think Hideyoshi and Ava might be together, but Ava at least is splitting off on her own to get some murdering done, so this is gonna go swimmingly. Yes. Our new psychopathic Beatrice is going to get some work done today. Certainly the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but dude, you can go a day without eating. Bitch, who gives a fuck? It's nice to have some energy, but man, I'd rather not be a corpse.
もちろんわかってるさ。
Of course we understand.
だがな、時間を置けばどんどん暗くなってくる。
Ooh, a new Pokemon. That sounds cool. Of course we understand. Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker out. Nobody gives a fuck about the darkness. Dude, I'd rather not be dead. I'll live a day without eating if I'm not dead. It's probably at its brightest now.
今が一番都合がいいんだ。
Most convenient time to get seriously, is food a problem?
ローザさんたちが襲われてからまだ1時間も経ったかどうかですよ。
Only an hour's passed since Rosa-san was attacked, and you want to go out?
いくらなんでも不用心です。
This is simply too reckless. It's reckless to go anywhere. You're seriously willing to die for some eggs and bacon? I mean, I know some people are, but come on. It was only natural Natsuhi was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, now it just made their minds hazy since it was only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive.
私は反対です。
I'm opposed to this. I am too, but you know, it's not a big deal if you go
多
and
少
do
は
it.
辛いでしょうが、断じてここを出るべきではありません。
It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place.
私たち
their
は
call.
いい。
Don't worry about us.
だが子供たちにひもじい思いをさせるのは心が痛
It
い。
would pain my heart to keep the
親
children
として
hungry.
責任を負わねばなるまい。
I must be responsible as a parent, aka I have to go die for my kids who understand there have been 8 murders! 8 murders! And you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go get some food so you guys are comfy when we're praying we don't get murdered. Like, are you serious, dude? Alright, whatever.
あなた、
Dear.
お父様が亡くなられた今、後宮家の当主はあなたです。
Now that father is dead, you're the Ashiramiya family.
そのような危険を冒すことは許されません。
It's not permissible for you to take on such danger. It's dumb for anyone to do this, honestly, Natsuhi. Considering you're expecting to be, safe tomorrow at noon? Like, what are you doing? Tomorrow at 9. You're expecting to be safe? Just chill out. For what is it? It's like 12 hours? So 12 hours to midnight, so 17 hours, just chill the fuck out? I don't remember what time it is, sorry. I know the clock just ticked like 5 minutes ago. But the last video was a couple days ago. Last time we did this was a couple days ago, so let's see.
そうね。
You're right.
夏日さんの言う通りよ。
It's like Natsuhi
クラウスさん
something.
はリーダーとしてここに残るべきね。
Rose, you should remain here as our leader.
なら、誰が屋敷へ行くんだね。
Then who will go to the mansion?
俺とキリエ、あと秀吉兄さんの3人で行こうと思う。
I think it should be Kiri and me and Hideyoshi-san too.
俺と秀吉兄さんは銃を持ってる。
Hideyoshi-san and I have guns.
そう簡単に向こうも手出しはできない
They
んで
shouldn't
す
be。able to lay a hand on us that easy.
ローザさんも銃を持っていましたが襲われました。
Rosa also had a gun, but she was attacked. I mean, a good strategy for not being murdered brutally is to not stay in one place where the murderer can approach you and kill you from at their leisure. That would be a good strategy. It was not one that Mario was willing to compromise with. So they both died, but it was a good strategy.
危険ではありませんか？
Wouldn't it be dangerous? You think staying in groups of three would be a good idea? It would be if we didn't have every reason to suspect Hideyoshi and or Eva. currently our characters are being a little bit too thick-headed to suspect anyone inside their group. But if they had to suspect someone inside their group, it's very worrying that Hideyoshi has a gun and is running around with it. That said, groups of 3, not a bad idea. In theory, better than groups of 2. Honestly, sticking together and hanging out in this guest house seems like the safest bet right now, but they're not doing that. Bit unfortunate. I feel like the need for food is more like the author wants to separate people, so they go out, they write people into having the desire to do stupid stuff. At least Maria's example, as annoying as it was for Maria to start screaming and throw a tantrum at her stupid Rose, at least that was introduced and has been a consistent problem for her in like every arc. Her stupid Rose, like you see it and you hate it, and you're like, Jesus fuck Maria, please no, but you're gonna get someone killed, but like, you know, at least it's like explained that it's an obsession of hers, and that she like is, at least in like the second arc, it was explained that she's basically a spoiled child and always gets her way because her mom can't say no to her for long. So it's understandable why she'd end up going there, because it's like, yeah, regardless of the danger, her mom's gonna go take her to the Roses, because fuck it, who cares? It's like Maria, like, you know, if there's like an active shooter at her school, Maria's the type to throw a fucking tantrum about not being let into her school, so Rosa would take her into the school with the active shooter. And then, like, when Maria and Rosa both die, they'll be like, wow, it's a damn tragedy. And it's like, well, Maria insisted, Rosa capitulated. Damn shame. That's, like, basically where we're at here anyway. Like, that actually happened here in this story. Like, a known murderer is stalking the grounds. Everyone hide. Oh, Maria wants to go see her Rose. Guess we're dying. Oh, well. Like, yeah, at least that was, like, well established, though. Like, you can't really say it was, like, completely it was completely out of left field. That said, this food, considering these adults, I mean, seem fairly sensible. The desire to get food when you're only going to be on the island for a day seems like a bad idea. They seem a little bit less organized than they are. I understand that they don't want to sleep because they're suspicious of each other, stealing the gold or some shit, but, like, or, like, booking it off the island on, like, a secret boat or some shit. I don't fucking know, but, like, I don't know about this plan of going for food. I'm assuming that Kyrie wants to go to the mansion for some other reason, and Rudolph is using this as an excuse that it's not actually food. That's my assumption. He might get food while he's there, but Kyrie is in the main house for a different reason.
ローザたちの様子を確かめに出たとき、銃を持っていたが、俺は一人だった。
When I went to check on Rosa and Maria-chan, I had a gun, but I was
だ
alone.
が襲われなかった。
And yet I wasn't
男が
attacked.
相手なら、向こうも慎重なのかもしれないぜ。
Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent's a man. Maybe it's more like you aren't standing still for like 30 minutes in the rain. That would be a good start. If you're constantly on the move, watching your angles and checking, you might be okay. If you assume it's a person.
男性が2人
Still wouldn't want to move. We'll have 2 men
そしてさらに銃も2丁
and 2
2人
guns.
には護衛役に徹してもらって荷物は台車で私が運ぶわ
Those 2 will act as guards. I'll transport our cargo using
ロー
the
ザさん
cart.
の時とは状況が明らかに異な
I
るは
believe
ずよ
their situation will be different than it was for Rosa-san.
わしを男と見込んでの話なら喜んで協力さ
You're
せても
counting
ら
on
う
me
で。
because I'm a guy. I'll be happy to help. Honestly, I think Kyrie should, since if they're getting canned food, I think Kyrie should just put a bunch of cans in a fucking bag and run. That's way better than using the cart. You trust Kyrie more with a gun if she was on your side? Yeah, true. She seems the trustworthy type. Maybe it's the purple from what's her face? Kyoko and Danganronpa? Maybe that's why I'm getting that vibe. The suit, the purple and white color scheme. Like the dark suit, the purple and white color scheme. She at least seems somewhat competent. She does, but she didn't solve the riddle, curiously enough. 2 other people solved the riddle, one of which is dead and one of which is presumably the killer, although it may not be the case. Might be their alter ego.
こう見えても屋台を引いて鍛えた体や。
I may not look it, but I'm built up pretty strong from pushing food stands around.
力仕事は任せてえな。
Leave the heavy lifting to me.
男性は護衛役に徹してくれていいの。
You men can devote yourself to
使
guarding.
用人室に折りたたみ式の台車があったから、それを使えば私一人でも十分に食料が運べるわ。
Using that, I should be able to handle carrying the food. Personally, I would probably go for my luggage container here if I was trying to get a larger amount of food. I believe they said they had luggage, right? Empty out your bag with your luggage in it. Then you don't have to stop in the serving room. The servant room, right? I'm just making adjustments to their plan that make sense, right? Like, it's faster. If you're like concerned about being murdered and you want to go in and get out as quick as possible, probably don't go find something to carry stuff, and definitely not a cart you have to roll around. As you know, stairs are going to be a problem, the wind's a problem, the wheels are a problem. Just go for the bag you know you can carry and you know is sturdy, unless your bag sucks. I mean, if your bag sucks, the one with all your clothes in it, it sucks. It is what it is.
もちろん用心はする。
You'll handle carrying the food. Of course, we'll be
そし
careful.
てこの冒険を一度だけ成功させれば、もう二度と
And if we can succeed in this adventure just
私た
once,
ちはここを出る危険を冒す必要は
there
ない
won't
の。
be a need for us to take risks again.
なんとか考え直せませんか。
Is there a way I can get you to rethink this?
皆さんに空腹を強いるのは心苦しいですが、しかし今の外は何が起こるか分かり
It
ま
may
せ
be
ん。
painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we don't know what's happening outside now. I kind of agree with Natsuhi. Unless you're planning on hanging out in the lounge for the foreseeable future, i.e. several days, I wouldn't think to get food here. I'd just be like, yeah, I'll just not eat lunch. That's fine. We already had a nice breakfast. I can skip 2 meals, go to sleep, wake up, and get to the fucking boat. I won't be happy about it, but it's better than dead.
用心するで。
We'll take care.
それにエヴァはだいぶ体調が悪いんや。
Ava's feeling pretty darn bad
空
right
腹
now.
にはできん。
Can't let her stay
胃
hungry.
袋が空っぽじゃ飲める薬も飲めんわ。
If her stomach's empty, she can't take her
エヴァの
medicine.
ためにもわしは出かけにはならんの
I
や。
have to go for Ava's sake as well. You know what? That's an okay excuse, honestly. If someone's really sick and it's like they can't take their medicine on an empty stomach, they need food. That's actually an okay argument to go out. I don't mind that, Hideyoshi. I don't know if it's worth dying for, but it's better.
エヴァの具合はどうなんだね。
How is Ava?
ようやく寝入ってくれたとこや。
Looks like she's finally gotten to sleep. Oh
熱も
boy,
高い。
she has a high fever.
しばらくそっとしたってや。
If we just leave her be for a while,
妻の体調があっては座してもいられんか。
you can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health.
わかった。
Understood.
外出を許可しよう。
I'll give you permission to go outside.
じゃあ、俺たちはさっくりと行ってくるぜ。
Then we'll just take a little trip for ourselves, there and back. Is Nanjo in the lounge right now? Because there are 6 adults alive, correct? Or there are, like... Well, no, excluding Ava. So they have Kraus and Natsuhi, possibly Nanjo in this room? These 3 are splitting off by themselves. Ava is potentially our killer and in her room. And these 3 are presumably together. So 3 groups of 3, effectively. Assuming Nanjo's with them and not hiding in his room.
スピード勝負だ。
A little trip there and back. A speed contest.
缶詰は OK だよな。
Canned food's okay,
缶切
right?
りくれえこっちにあるよね。
We got a can opener here, right?
はい。
いや
缶切りと栓抜きはあります。
And a bottle opener.
ゲストハウスに水道があるから飲み物は不要よ
There's
ね。
running water, so we won't need anything to drink.
10
Good,
人
good.
分もあるんだから好き嫌いは言わせないわ。
We need 10 people's worth, so no being picky about what you get.
よっしゃ。
All
だだっ
right.
て走ってってさっさと持ってこようやないか。
Why don't we dash out and bring it back?
傘
real
なんて
quick?
させてる暇あらへんで。
There's no time to open umbrellas.
じゃあ兄貴、留
See
守
ya,
番を頼む
Aniki.
ぜ。
I trust you to look after the place.
気をつけてな。
Take care.
本当ならば自分も行きたい。
Under normal circumstances, I'd want to go too.
男に生まれながらこのような急場で力を貸せぬ長男の肩書きが恨めしい。
Being a man, I despise how this title of oldest brother prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this.
こういう時くらいしか俺らには見せ場がないのさ。
This is about the only time we get to
た
show
まに
off.
は譲って兄貴はのんびりして
Sit
ろよ。
back and take it easy once in a while, Aniki.
じゃあな、夏日さん。
Alright,
タ
Nazi.
オルの準備でもして待っててくれ。
Wait here and get some towels ready or
傘
something.
はささねえから濡れネズミで帰ってくるぜ。
We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back.
お気をつけて。
Interested. Take care. Rudolph, Kirei, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. I actually did just get an offer through Twitch for free Adobe Express Premium. Interesting. That's weird. Okay. Literally just came out. Okay. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. This went well, guys. They said it'd just be a quick trip. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns and a folded cart. Ah, they got it from the room in the building they were in. Okay, that's not too bad. Even if I disagree about the cart, at least they didn't go and find the cart in the mansion. That would have sucked. If everything had been still and quiet without the wind and rain, they would have probably kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. And because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance their opponent was equipped with a gun, walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice.
バラテーやカモがネギしょってきたと思うとるかもしれんで。
Feels like we're just asking to be attacked.
頼むぜ。誰も出てきてくれるなよ。
Please let nobody come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued running, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon, however, it was easy to suspect the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension even for an instant. Even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief.
まずは問題なしやな。
No problems for the first step,
ローザさんの時とは違う。
unlike how it was for Rosa.
うかつに手は出せんやろ。
Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily?
そう信じたいね。
I'd like to believe that.
俺たちが見張ってる間に
Here,
鍵を開けてくれ。
unlock the door while we keep a lookout.
ええ。
I mean, if you're expecting a shooter, this is when they ambush you when you're sitting there unlocking the door and there's 3 of you standing still.
SP が2人もついたお屋敷に帰宅だなんて
Returning
実に
home
エグゼクティブな気分よ。
to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel just like an executive.
赤絨毯で召使いのお出迎えがあれば完璧や。
Well, if we had a welcoming party of servants with a red carpet, it'd be perfect.
お出迎えか。
A welcoming party, huh?
あるかもな。
You never know.
用心しようぜ。
Be careful. As the two cautiously surveyed the surroundings, Yuri unlocked the entrance with the master key she'd been given.
開いたわ。
It's open.
秀吉兄さん、
Hideyoshi,
先頭を頼めるか。
take the
俺
front.
は背後を警戒するぜ。
I'll keep an eye on the rear.
了解や。
Understood.
キリさん、わしの影から出ないようにな。
Yuri, try not to move from my shadow.
ほな、突入するで。
Let's break in.
後方了解。援護するぜ。
Rear guard, watch your covering. Alright.
男の人ってやね。この状況をちょっぴり楽しんでるでしょう。
Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you?
諦めろよ。それが男ってもんだぜ。
Give it up, that's just how we are.
しかし、相変わらずひどい
Seriously,
匂いだ
that
な。
stench is awful. It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence, and on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room. And they were stuck with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion.
前方問題ないで。
No problems in
厨
front.
房まで一っ走りや。
Just a short dash to the kitchen.
とっとと済ませて引き上げよ
Let's finish it quickly and head
う。ス
home.
ーツが親父の匂いで訓示されちまうぜ。
Suit will get fumigated with his stench. The three of them dash towards the kitchen. It's gonna end well, right? No big deal. After they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there.
まんまと誘い出されたわね。
They were lured out just as planned. I guess if the lure person who ate the bait was Curie, that would make sense. Otherwise, it's just a food quest, and that seems silly.
私の罠にまんまと引っかかってくれ
As planned, they got caught in my trap. The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, it hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Mari had been attacked and lost their lives. In that case, why did they need to recklessly leave the guest house? Well, let's find out. Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they'd been called out by the witch's magic.
不用心なやつら。
What reckless
も
people.
う生きてこの屋敷からダッシュはしないわ。
Never leave the mansion alive.
閉じよ鍵よ屋敷よ
Seal yourself, Locke. Seal yourself, mansion. The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, or no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it.
お見事です。無限の
Spectacular.
魔女を継承してからまだ半日も経たないのに、
Mm-hmm.
それほどまでに魔法を使いこなされるとは。
Did Ava just de-age by 2 decades? Yup, her witch self is like... Her witch self is her younger self from when she was in high school. I think even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well.
その才能に驚きま
The
す。
talent surprise.
まるであなたは生まれながらにしての魔
It's
女の
almost
よ
as
う
though
だ。
you were born a witch.
だって私生まれた時から魔女だもの。
Well, I have been a witch since the time of my birth.
あなたは瞬きの仕方を誰かに習うの？
Taught you how to blink.
私が魔法を使えるのはそういうことよ。
That's what using magic is like for me.
恐ろしいお方だ。
What a fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again.
さてさて。
Well then.
まずはルドルフとキリエなわけだけど、どんな残酷な殺し方をしてやろうかしら。
First up is Rudolph and Kyrie. But in what cruel way should I kill them?
失礼ながら、
If you don't mind me
先
saying.
代様より不必要な残酷なる殺害は控えるようご指示を賜っております。
Your predecessor has left some instructions here to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary
そし
cruelty.
て第4の晩以降は生贄の捧げ方に作法がございます。
And there is an etiquette for offering the sacrifices from the fourth twilight
それ
onwards.
には煉獄の七姉妹の力を借りねばなりません。
For that, you must borrow the power of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory.
あら、そうだったの？
Oh, really?
そういえばそうだったわね。
Now that you mention it, that's right. Flood the mansion with carbon monoxide? I mean, you could just flood it with carbon dioxide and knock them out before you kill them. Nitrogen gas? Sure. I don't actually know if the place is airtight, but with her magic, it can be.
好き勝手に遊べるのはさっきの第2の晩までなのね。
I can only play with them as I like on the second twilight.
つまんないわ。
Boring.
またローザの時みたいに思い切り遊べると思ったのに。
Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa.
でもそれは最後の殺し方という意味でしょ？
That only accounts for how they're killed in the end, right?
と申しますと、
私が何度どれほどの殺し方をしようとも生き返らせて
I could just kill them however I want over and over again, revive
最
them,
後に碑文の殺し方に沿えばいいわけでしょ？
and then follow the epitaph during the last time I killed them, right?
つまり私がどう遊ぼうと結局は問題ないってことになるわ。
Yeah, no matter how I play it,
こ
isn't
ん
a
なに面
problem.
白い力、誰がおとなしくなんかするもんか。
Who'd act well behaved with an entertaining power like that? Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the Fourth Twilight and onwards was represented by lines like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Ronove felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her.
魔女は見習いが最も残忍と申しますが、本当のようですね。
They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see this may be true.
ご随意にと申し上げたいところですが、
Do as you wish is what I would like
こ
to
こ
say.
はやはり自重なさった方が賢明でしょう。
But here it may be wiser to show
彼
restraint.
らは銃を持っています。
They have guns. Guns don't do damage to witches. What are you smoking?
銃のような反魔法力の高い武器は魔女や悪魔の天敵です。
Weapons with high anti-magic power such as guns are the natural enemy of witches and demons. If I recall correctly, Natsuhi brought a gun on the first series playthrough and died immediately the second she confronted Beatrice. And she even tried to shoot her and died anyway, so I feel like Ronove is kind of mistaken. Guns do 0 damage. If anything, she'll just go poof and kill her. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler who is surprisingly afraid of guns.
話が違うわ。
That can't be
魔
right.
女は弾丸なんか追いかけられてもへっちゃらじゃないのかしら。
Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily?
いいえ、
No.
普通の人間と全く同じように致命傷となります。
I can't tell if Ronove is giving good information or simply working for Beato's benefit and trying to convince her to show restraint by not acting boldly. It's kind of hard to tell considering Beatrice can literally dissolve into butterflies and act without taking mortal form. I have a hard time believing that the bullet would actually kill her, considering she would be a swarm of butterflies filling the room. Maybe a very large explosion could kill her, if you're saying it's fatal.
その弱点を気取らせないために、
Prevent that weak point from
多
being
くの
noticed.
魔女は厳重に防御結界や家具の守備によって身辺を固めるので
Most
す。
witches rigorously strengthen their guard with the defense of protective barriers and furniture.
私にその防御結界というのはあるの？
Do I have any of those protective barrier things?
銃弾をも無効にする結界の構築には十分な準備と儀式が必要です。
Constructing a barrier to make gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and
残
ceremony.
念ながら今のベアトリーチェ様にはございません。
I'm afraid to say that Beatrice-sama currently has none of
ま
those.
た銃弾を防げるほどの家具の召喚も現在はその準備がありません。
You are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet.
これほどの魔力を持つ大魔女になりながら、それでもやはり鉛玉に怯えなければならないのね。
Even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I have to be afraid of lead bullets? Why don't you just not take corporeal form and continue to exist as a swarm of butterflies? I mean, taking physical form is just a vanity thing for witches in the first place, from what we've been able to see of her established lore.
不愉快だけど
Annoying.
仕方がないわ。
I don't have a choice.
となれば、家具を呼び出して私の手足とすればいいわけね。
In that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs?
はい。
Yes.
危険に身をさらさず家具に全てを任すのもまた魔女の優雅なるたしなみでございます。
Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also a part of a witch's refined
こ
taste.
こは家具に任せ、ベアトリーチェ様は安全なところへお隠れを。
Beatrice-sama, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place.
わかったわ。
I get it, I get it.
煉獄の七姉妹
I call in the Seven Ssiters of
誰でもいい
Purgatory.
わ。適当に二人。
I don't care, any two. Leviathan and Belphegor responded to the call.
嫉妬の
No,
レビ
she's
アタ
only
ン。
killing two
Go,
people.
go.
She's only killing two people. Is it because she doesn't want to kill her husbando? Seems suspicious if he survives and everyone else dies. Leviathan of Envy here.
怠惰のベルフェゴール。ここに。
Belphegor of Sloth here.
あんたたちの力を見せてもらうわ。
Show me
標
your
的はルドルフとキリエ。
targets are Rudolph and Kyrie.
秀吉はダメよ。
Don't attack Hideyoshi.
さあ、あなたたちがどれだけ残酷な家具なのか、私に見せてみて。
Come on, show me how cruel you can be, furniture.
恐れながら、
My apologies.
先代様より不要なる残酷行為は控えるようご命令を賜っております。
My apologies, but we've received order from the predecessor Sama to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions.
でも、先代様のご命令の範囲内で、いたぶることはできると思います。
But I think the predecessor's order does give us some leeway to tease
それ
them.
でもよろしいですか？
Still want to go through with it?
わかった。それで妥協するわ。
Understood. I'll compromise.
簡単に殺してはダメよ。
Don't let them die
徹
easy.
底的に追い詰めて、死の恐怖を味わわせてから殺すのよ。
Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death
そ
before
れでいい
killing.
のかしら？
Will that
ど
be
の
okay,
上？
Ronove?
はい程度をお考えいただければ問題ないかと思います
Depending on the degree, I do not believe there will be a problem.
なら、お行きなさい。
And go.
はい、お任せを。
Ah, yes, leave it to.
相手は銃で武装しています
Your opponents are
あ
armed
な
with
たた
guns.
ちほどのものならばかわすことはたやすいでしょうが
Those such as you, dodging them should be
もしも
easy.
当たれば致命傷ですよ
If you're hit, the wound will be
く
fatal.
れぐれも用心を
Proceed with an appropriate level of caution.
ご心配なく、
Oh, don't
その
worry.
ような無様は晒しません。
We aren't that incompetent. The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Ronove bowed and vanished himself.
殺し方にまでルールがね。
There's even rules on how
な
to
ん
kill
で
them.
私が先代様に気兼ねしなくちゃならないの？
Do I have to be constrained by my predecessor Sama? I mean, she might just join the meta game either at the end of the chapter or in the chapter. That might be why. We'll
窮
see.
屈でつまらない。
It's so rigid and boring. Has no one noticed that the portrait of Beatrice had changed? As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice in the hall. Oh. They hasn't changed. I thought they specifically said they replaced the portraits of Beatrice with the new Beatrice. Interesting. As she looked up at her, she cursed. Oh, it's part of the ceremony. Interesting how it's not actually replaced, despite the ceremony mentioning that their pictures were replaced. The three people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. It was heavy, but by piling it on the cart, they could carry it well enough. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. The two men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kyrie, even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty.
これだけあればジョージたちも満腹やろ
But with all this, even George and the kids will be full.
帰るまでが遠足や行くで
The trip back will be a picnic, let's go. When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kyrie frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if our gaze could go through it, there was the main hall beyond it. I'd like to stop and ask a question. Why not just go outside? There's a door to the outside in the kitchen, as I recall. They want to go through the main hall again, I guess. But they could have done that approach instead. I know they probably don't gonna get too wet, but I'm curious if that wouldn't be the better approach to check their exits, check their backup exit strategy or something. That would have at least let them know that they were locked in now, right? Or possibly they would have just thought that the door was locked and not used and they didn't know where the key was. Or if it could be unlocked from the inside. The main hall beyond it?
どうしたキリエ
What is it, Kiri?
チリチリするの。嫌な予感がするわ。
I got a bad feeling, 9. Okay, Obi-Wan. got a bad feeling about this. Kyrie stopped walking and narrowed her eyes further.
女の勘か
Woman's intuition. At times like this, Kyrie's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition.
多分私たちは待ち伏せされてる。
Someone's probably waiting to ambush us.
さっきまではその気配はなかったの。
I didn't sense
で
them
もた
before,
った
but
今
just now I
感じ
felt
た
it.
わ。
Alright, take the other exit.
たった今
Just now
私たち
someone
は待ち伏せられた。
set up an ambush for us.
なら来た道を戻る義理はねえな
Oh, then there's no way to go. There's no reason to go back the way we came.
そこに勝手口があるじゃねえ
There's a
か
back door over there,
そっ
right?
ちから出よう
Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they'd be able to leave through there with the cart.
なんだこりゃ
The heck?
家庭
It's
く
stuck.
そどうなってんだ
What's going on?
開かないの？
Can't you open it?
ああ
Oh shit. It's a hunt and they don't even know it. They clearly haven't played enough Phasmophobia to know that they're in trouble now.
壊れてんのかな
Is it broke?
びくともしねえぜ
It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, first force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge.
無理せんと玄関から出ようや
Don't force it, let's leave through the front
もた
entrance.
もた時間を潰す方が今は惜しいで
Right now, it's even worse if we stand around wasting time.
これが罠だってのか
Do you think this is a trap?
わからない。
I don't know.
用心して。
Be careful. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance.
誰だ
Who's that? The instant they exited the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaf color started blowing and gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color.
信じられん。
Can't believe
人
it.
間ごときが我らの待ち伏せを予見したか。
A lowly human predicted our ambush. Alright, let's see them pull the trigger.
私のせいじゃないわよ。
すいません
気配は消してたもん。
I was hiding my presence.
躊躇しないで。撃って。
Don't hesitate, fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted through the magical defense of the pair as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there disappeared. Certainly guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those.
ちょっと
I just
名
love-
乗りも上げさせないつもり
It wouldn't even give us a chance to say our names.
これだから人間は嫌なのよ
Why I hate people. Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she supposedly had been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting.
ベアトリーチェ様のご命令により貴様らを撃つ。
In accordance with Beatrice's orders, we will hunt you
時
down.
間をかけてホフレトのご命令だ。
Our orders tell us to take some time and
抵
tease you.
抗は自由。されど無駄と知れ。
You're free to resist, but know it will be useless. The voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the chandelier. Elegantly looking down on them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile.
なんなんやこの姉ちゃんたちは
What are these girls?
台車は忘れて。相手は
Forget
2
the
人よ
cart.。
3回すれば全員を追うことはできないわ。
If we split up, they can't chase all of us. The three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In a case of crisis, they planned to run off in separate directions, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape.
36系逃げるが勝ちだぜ
In a tight spot, escaping is victory. Also, I like how their plan is to run. That's a great idea, but why did you not just use a bag or a suitcase in that case, where you could actually carry it with you even if it would slow you down a bit? You can't carry the cart. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. The pair of furniture calmly watched them go.
私は女の方をやるわ
I'll kill the
あんた
woman.
は男
You take the man.
了解した。
Understood. The furniture in the shadows of the pillar and on the chandelier made their figures explode, and leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming and they easily blocked the other's path of retreat.
家具のお手並み拝見させてもらうわ。
Let's see what this furniture is.
楽しませてくれるといいのだけど。
They're at least able to amuse me.
ベアトリーチェ様、みだりに姿を現されない方がよろしいかと。
May not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily, Beatrice-sama.
キングは緑に中央を動かないものよ。
And you don't unnecessarily move your king away from the center.
それが王者の
That's part of a
魔
bond.
女の貫禄よ。
I wish his dignity. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor.
抵抗もそして闘争もお前は何も考えなくていい。
It's useless to try and resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything.
ただ目を閉じているだけでいい。
Just close your eyes.
私がすべて優しく終わらせてやる。
I'll gently end it for all of you. I did it all for you.
あんたいい嫁さんになれるな。
Who'd make a good
疲
wife?
れて帰ってくる旦那はそういうの喜ぶぜ。
Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired.
この後に及んで不埒な話をする余裕があるとは。
To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this?
良き獲物、ベアトリーチェ様、感謝します。
Beatrice, thank you for this excellent prey.
死ね
Die. Rudolph shot first. But even before the bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before the arm could decapitate Rudolph, he swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointing behind his back. From the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly, it was pointing right at her chest. Click. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant the next shot was already fully loaded. They were turning around his gun, pointing right at her chest. He grinned.
やるな。中年男の分際で。
For a middle-aged man.
西部劇世代をなめるんじゃねえぜ。
Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns,
ガ
eh?
キどもにレバーアクションの渋みは語らせねえ。
You brats don't know anything about the refinement of a lever action. Just like Rudolph, Kyrie was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor.
間抜けなやつね。
What a
夫
moron.
と一緒に逃げればよかったのに。
You could have just escaped with your
さ
husband.
っきのは根性の別れになったわよ。
You do know that was your final farewell just now, right?
大丈夫よ。
Don't
う
worry.
ちの人、こういうのとても得意なの。
This kind of thing's my husband's
す
specialty.
ぐに白馬で迎えに来てくれるわ。
Sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon.
私が困った時、彼が助けに来てくれなかったことはないんだか
Never
ら。
failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble.
アスムさんがいた頃であってもね。
Not when Asumu-san was around. Not even then.
本当に仲のいい夫婦ね。
The happy couple.
私は嫉妬の
I'm
嫉
jealous.
妬するわ。
I'm Leviathan of envy.
嫉妬こそ我が力、
Envy itself is my
我
power,
が怒り、
my anger,
我が源泉。
and my lifeblood.
同感ね。
I
嫉
agree.
妬は女の力の原点よ。
Envy is the source of a woman's power.
それが力だというなら、あなたごときお嬢ちゃんになんか負けないんだから。
And if that's power, I won't lose to a girl like you.
嫉妬を司る私によくも言えたわね。
Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. But do you really?
お前たち夫婦を再会などさせるものか。
You think I'd actually let you two be reunited?
悲劇的な別れを与えてやるわ。
I'll give you a tragic farewell. The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. By the way, why are they swinging their swords instead of... Oh yeah, they're intentionally not trying to kill them, right? I was gonna say, shouldn't they just turn into blades and kill them instantly? Like they do everyone else, but they're intentionally goofing off, right? Kyrie blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun with its extremely high magical resistance was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2, 3 times, it blocked all of them. And without missing the opening created when the purple curve took a swing upward, Kira kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. She was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Before the demon's stake feet touched the ground again, Kira was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan midair. From that position, the two women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze.
撃てる
Can you do
その引きがね
Can you pull that trigger?
私夫のいないところでは残酷よ
I can be brutal when my husband's not around. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall they'd started from.
先代様の家具もなかなかやるわね。
Predecessor's furniture is pretty good.
派手さに欠けるけど。
They aren't very flashy though.
ベアトリーチェ様
It's just
まだ終わっていません。姿を現されては危険です。
It isn't over yet. It's dangerous. Show yourself.
お前
Don't tell me you're
まさか
Ava?
姉
それはかつて私の名だった。
Well,
で
that
も
used to be my name.
今は違うわよ、ルドル
But it's
フ。
different now, Rudolph.
言わなくても分かってるさ
You don't need to tell
黄
me.
金の魔女ベアトリーチェだって言うんだ
You're gonna say you're the golden witch Beatrice, right?
どうしてわかったの？
How'd you know?
ローザが殺された時から想像はついてたさ
Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea.
ローザ許しね
Rosa, forgive
お
me.
前の地獄にお前の大嫌いな姉を送っちまうことをよ
Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell you're in.
ベアトリーチェ様危ない
Beatrice, look out. Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister, but Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged the shot and again headed for Rudolph's back. I didn't hear a gunshot. And vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph.
これはこれで楽しいかもしれない。
Maybe this is kind of
ル
fun.
ドルフ、あんたの検討がどこまで続くか、ゆっくり見物させてもらうわ。
Rudolph, let me sit back and watch. See how long your brave efforts last you. At that time, there was a dull tearing sound, along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. His reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he'd let it lightly cut his flank. A single wound slowed him down just once. It led to a new wound, which slowed him down again. Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching his body slowly get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kyrie hadn't suffered a single fatal wound.
私は本当にくどんよね。
I really am a moron.
七姉妹の中でいつも一番成長が遅かったわ。
Amongst the seven sisters, I was always
いつも
slowest to grow.
私が遅くて
Slow,
弱くて
always weak,
間抜けだったわ。
always stupid.
そ
Here
の
we
劣
go.
等感が嫉妬となり、
The inferiority complex became
それ
envy.
を力として変換したとき、私は姉妹の誰にも負けない力を
And
得
when I
たのよ。
convert that into power, I gain a strength greater than any of the sisters.
少女時代の程よい劣等感は大事よ
It's important for young girls to have a moderate
女
inferiority
に化
complex.
粧と努力を教えてくれるわ
It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work.
人間ごときにその力の限りを尽くすのは気に入らないけれど、
Well, I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans.
夫に全幅の信頼を寄せるあなたへの嫉妬を私は力に変える。
I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely in your husband into power.
気に入らないのよ。
I don't like
なん
it.
で命のやり取りをしてるのにあんたはそんなに余裕なの？
Are you so relaxed when fighting for your life?
どうしてかしらね
I wonder.
分かってるのに
I get
必ず夫が助けに来てくれて自分を助けてくれるって信じきってるのよ。
You're fully convinced your husband will come to your rescue and save you.
すごいじゃないその信頼。
Isn't it incredible? That trust of
嫉
yours
妬に値するわ。
is enough to make me jealous. Not envious? Not envious? What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters always look down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other when things already look bad.
いつも姉妹たちにいじめられてきた。
I've always been bullied by my
誰
sisters.
か一人だけでも味方になってほしいと。
I always wanted just one person to take my side.
だからその一人だけの味方がいて。
When I see you with a single ally who's completely
全
trustworthy.
幅の信頼を寄せることが
I
できる
feel
わ
the
な。
strongest enemy.
その夫を信じきった余裕ある表情。
That expression of utter belief in your
人
husband.
が力を与えてくれるのを
Feel
感
like
じ
giving
る
me
これは
power.
超えちゃうかもね。
I might even
音
survive.
速
The speed of sound! Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy.
姉妹たちに見下されたあの日、
Since the day my sisters looked
私は
down on
成
me,
長の早い他の
I
6
was
人を
jealous from
心
the
の
bottom
底
of my
から
heart
嫉
of
妬
the
し
other
た。
6, who grew quickly.
7日7番をかけて嫉妬したわ。
So I got a question. If there's only 18 people on the island at any point, where did these sisters come from? How were the sisters ever on the island? I was jealous for 7 days
そ
and
の
7
末
nights.
に得た私の力と速度を見る
You
がい
can
い。
see the power I gained as a result of my
死
speed.
ね後ろ見やキリエ
Shirimiya Kirie. The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. Remember, all seven sisters were summoned during the first 6 killings. So someone needs to explain how all 7 sisters were there. At once, putting them above 18 people. Alright, true form. The noise from her bouncing off the walls sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kyrie probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart, and then Kyrie spoke with an unbelievably calm voice.
ルドルフさんと最初から付き合っていたのは私だったのよ。
I was the one who went out with Rudolph first.
アスムさんが白々しく間に入り込んできて、
Asumu-san blatantly cut
ちゃっ
between us
かりと解任したのよ。
and shrewdly got pregnant.
ルドルフさんは悪くないわ。
I don't blame
あの
Rudolph-san.
女が体を武器にして立ち回って、
That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him and acted even more
ルド
repulsive,
ルフさんに婚約せざるを得ないよう追い詰めたのよ。
cornering Rudolph-san and forcing him to get engaged to her.
アスムさんはバトラ君を身ごもってたわ。
Asumu-san had been carrying
そして同
Patrick,
じ頃、私もまた男の子を身ごもっ
and at the same time I was also carrying
運
a
命
boy.
的なことに、私たちの出産日は共に同じ日だったわ。
As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day.
そしてアスムさんはバトラ君を出産したわ。
Then Asumu-san gave birth to
だけれ
Battlekin.
ど、私はダメだ。
Then I had a miscarriage. Oh, that's rough.
思ったことがあるわ。
I think about it
もしダ
sometimes.
メだったのがアスムさんで、出産したのが私だったなら、
What if Asumu-san had had the miscarriage and I the one to give birth?
ルドルフさんは婚約を解消して、私と結婚してくれた
Would
かしら。
Rudolph-san have broken off his engagement and married
で
me?
も私は子供を産めなかっ
But I couldn't give
た。
birth
だ
to
か
my
らアスム
child.
さんが死ぬまで、
So until Asumu-san
そし
died,
てエンジェを解任するまで、私はアスムさんを呪ったわ。
and until I got pregnant with
嫉妬したわ。
Anche, I cursed Asumu-san and was jealous.
アスムさんなんか死んでしまい、
Let Asumu-san
そして
die.
私と再婚してほしいってずっと嫉妬して呪って、
Then I want him to
そ
marry
して
me
やっ
in
と
my
アスム
envy.
さんが死んだ。
I kept cursing like that over and over until Asumu died.
私は確信したわ。
I was certain.
私には魔法の力があって、それが呪いとなってアスムさんを
I
殺
was
したんだっ
certain I'd
て
use the power
確
of
信した
magic
わ。
to curse and kill
で
Asumu-san.
も私の嫉妬の炎は収まらない。
But that didn't quell the flames of my
内緒
envy.
よ。
Don't tell anyone,
バ
okay?
トラ君を見るたびにね、あの女を思い出しちゃうの。
Every time I look at Battler, I remember
そ
that
して
woman.
バトラ君を見るたびにね、
Every time I look
も
at
し
him,
私の子が生まれていたら同じ年だっただろうなって思ってしまうの。
every time I look at him, I think that if only my child had been born, he'd be the same age.
私は今でも彼女を嫉妬し、苛まれてる。
I'm still jealous of her, tormented by
今
her.
も、これからも、
Even now and from now on,
未来永劫にね。
into the future for all eternity.
7日7番、姉妹を嫉妬したですって？
You say you were jealous of your sister for 7 days and 7 nights?
そうよ。 笑わせるなよ、小娘が。
Don't make me laugh, little girl. Let's go, my dude.
てめえに男を取られて
How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her?
18年間嫉妬し続ける女の狂気がわかる
And
か
he's
よ。
burned with envy for 18 years? Ooh, here we go. If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed, the power of Kyrie had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 in a year, and a whole 18 years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then even if Leviathan could soar at a speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour approximately, to Kyrie's eyes it only looked like a 938th of that, which is what? Less than 2? I'm not sure how that's how it works if you're envious of someone. Does this mean if I'm envious of someone, I get to have go as fast as I get to go as fast in bursts as the duration I was envious of them? In kilometers per hour? That'd be pretty handy. Which means, yeah, 1225 divided by 938 is the speed of 1.3 kilometers per hour. Well, that's awkward. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it's even less than half of that. Feels bad. I use the power of envy. I move slower. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. Which means... I'm not sure that's how it works unless it's an aura. Is envy an aura? Imagine having your true ability be envy of the aura. In the time it took the demon stake to move at a pace so slow you could almost count all the bits of dust floating through the air. Kyrie looked at it with pity. He pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Then she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel.
恋も嫉妬もあなた全然足りない
You're
の。
lacking in both romance and envy.
出直してらっしゃい、お嬢ちゃん。
Try harder next time, little girl. Meanwhile, Hideyoshi'd be like, I just broke out of a window and I didn't have any trouble.
ルドルフ、先ほどまでの威勢はどこへ？
Rudolph, what happened to all the vigor from a couple
池
seconds
作
ago?
りは魚が跳ねてるうちがいいわ。
You're supposed to slice a fish while it's still flopping
死んだ
around.
ら面白みも何もない。
After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore.
もう十分殺しちゃえば。
That's enough. Why not kill you now?
そこまで刻まれてよくぞここまで耐え
I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up.
た。もう十分だ。
That's
あ
enough.
とは何も考えなくてよい。
I think it'd be funny if Rudolph just caps Ava. That'd be like funny. It's like you think she's gonna be a big bad for the whole arc, and she gets fucking capped like 2 scenes after she shows up. It'd be another foreign god tier showing where you're like, oh shit, the big bad shows up. The big bad has their ass beaten by another villain from off screen. They don't even show their face, and you're like, oh well, so much for big bad.
痛みなく生を奪い去ってやる。
I'll steal away your life painlessly.
待ってくれ。頼みがある。
Oh wait, there's a favor I want to ask.
最後にあれがやってみて。
At the very end, I want to do one of those.
あれとは何か。
What do you mean one of those?
西部劇名物のあれだよ。
You know, that thing you see in all the
背
westerns?
中を向け合ってから3歩歩いてズドンってやつ。
You know, that thing we see in all the westerns? We start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang?
決闘か。
I'd do
よかろ
'em. Very
う。そ
well.
れにて根性の未練が尽きるならば受けてやる。
If that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept. Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature uncommon in the witch's furniture.
言っておく。
Let me
たとえ
warn you.
私の眉間に銃口を突きつけたとしても、
Even if you press the barrel of your gun between my
私
eyebrows,
はお前が引き金を引き、私の頭蓋骨に弾丸が至るよりも早く
I can move
瞬間移動
instantaneously.
することができる。
faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull.
ああ、そいつはもう骨身
You
に敷い
feel
て
that
るぜ。
already?
お前は銃弾より速い。
You're faster than a bullet.
それを知りつつ決闘を挑むお前の度胸に敬意を表し、付き合うのだ。
I've agreed to this out of respect for your courage and challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge. Alright, what's his plan? I think he's got a plan here. I don't know if it's gonna work out, but I at least admire his he's like, well, I'm screwed. Time to trick someone into into whatever I can do.
感謝せよ。
Thank you.
お前は律儀なやつだな。
Well, you're an honest and principled
いい
person
女だ。
and a good
惚
woman.
れそうだぜ。
You might just steal my heart away.
始めるぞ。
Let's begin.
散歩で良いのだな。
3 steps will do fine, yes?
まずは一
First, 1 step.
そして2歩。
2 steps.
散歩だ。
3
これ
steps.
でいいのか？
Yeah, is this okay?
ああ、
Yep.
そして3歩も歩いてまだ気づかねえ
And since you haven't noticed ever walking 3 hill
な。俺の
steps,
勝ちだな。
it's
Oh,
my
George.
victory, miss.
何？
Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier, but before an incarnation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
何やってんのよ。
What are you doing?
何当たっちゃってんの？
Why'd you get hit? The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic.
許す。俺は卑怯な男だ。
I'm a coward of a man. So I know what his plan was, right? He was trying to shoot Ava. Or more accurately, he was pinning Belphegor to Ava so that she had to take the shot so Ava didn't die, right?
興ざめだわ。
What a kill choice.
魔女の家具ともあろうものが人間に破れるなんて
I think that furniture witch could be defeated by a human.
恥を知りなさいよ。
Oh, you're
情けない、みっともない。
This
勝手に
pathetic.
這いつくばって死んじゃ
Well, you just grovel and die.
やめな、兄貴。
Wait, Anarchy. Anarchy.
こいつはかわせたんだ。
She could have dodged it,
だがかわさなかった。
but she didn't.
車線上に姉貴がいることに気づいたのさ。
She realized you were in the line of fire, Anarchy.
だから律儀なこいつはかわさずに受けて
This
姉貴をかばったんだ。
this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you.
大手飛車取りに最後に気づいたんだ。
At the very end, she saw I was pinning the rook and the king.
見事。
Spectacular.
悪く思うね。
Don't hate me
お
for
前
it.
が3歩歩く間にそれに気づけたら俺は観念するつもりだったんだ。
I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were taking those 3 steps.
あの散歩、
Added those 3 steps
私への
out of consideration
手心だ
for me,
ったから
didn't you?
考えよ
I
うと
didn't
も
even
し
try
な
to
かっ
think of
た
it. That was a good play, actually. I was like, he's got a plan, but is this gonna work? Like, surely it doesn't work. Like, I was thinking, okay, I was not thinking that he put her in the line of fire. I was thinking that he just walks sideways and be like, oh, you haven't noticed? Bam, bam, bam. And like shoots Ava and she has to dive into the way for Ava. But this is even funnier. Like, he's just like, ah, yes, 3 steps. Ava's directly behind me. I spin, shoot. And then she can't dodge. That's even better. Like, she didn't notice it and she's walking straight at Ava / Beatrice. That's pretty good. I like it. A good play.
私は
I
大だった
was lazy.
お前はいい女だったぜ。
You're a good woman.
先に天国で化粧して待ってろ。
Go to heaven before me and get yourself all made up.
と口説きに行くから。
I'll definitely come and chat you up. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form, and she grew small, like gold dust melting into thin air. At that point, Kyrie dashed in. It seemed she'd somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands, and as she pointed the barrel of the gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
今誰か口説いてなかった？
Are you just chatting someone up right now?
ああ、いい
A good
女。
one?
もちろん。お前
No
の
match for
次
you, of
程度
course.
にさ。悪いな、兄貴。
Sorry, Aniki.
チェックメイトだぜ。
It's checkmate. The two of them pinned the witch down to the barrels of their guns. They
情けない家具たちね。
worthless
人
furniture.
間相手に遅れを取るなんて。
I think they'd be beaten by human
情
opponents.
けない。くだらない。つまらない。
Boring.
ベアトリーチェ様、ここは引くべきです。
Beatrice-sama, we should retreat
銃弾
from.
を防ぐ結界も家具もここにはありませ
There
ん。
is no furniture or bearer to guard against bullets here. Oh no, it's the classic trapped by your own foolish dialogue decisions. If only Kirei had just pop right in the head. Problem solved. No more witch. Game over. But unfortunately, she rushes to him and starts opening with dialogue. You know, the usual movie / video game cutscene mistake. Where you're like, naturally, instead of shooting the villain, I'll rush to the hero's aid and check that they're not dead. See how this goes. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kyrie, but also Ronove. Because a situation like this with two guns pointed at her was not one that even a witch could just laugh off, but the witch laughed with pleasure.
そりゃあ、先代様の使い古しの家具じゃ無理で当然。
How do you even know if this is real or if she's a villain? We don't know that. In fact, we'll only know if there's a body left behind after all. The odds are, considering they haven't shot her yet, but they didn't really hesitate to shoot the furniture, I guess we'll wait and see. They might have just gotten into a shootout. We don't know if any of this is real. Because in this series, you can reject any scene you don't like as fact and substitute it with any alternative facts. Which is probably not the right way to do just about anything, but that is what it is in this series. Alright, well, it's only natural predecessor Sama's worn out furniture couldn't do it.
私には私にふさわしい新しい家具じゃないとダメよ。
I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me.
私ギリで使ったけど、
I used them out of
も
obligation.
ともとお古は嫌いなの。
I've always hated secondhand stuff, though. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust with
何
disgust.
の話をしてるかわからねえぜ。
Don't know what you're
おと
talking
なし
about.
く両手を上げやがれってんだ。
Be a good girl and put your hands up. Rudolph, just shoot her. It's okay. He's trapped, thinking he's a hero now. And then the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because the guns pointed at her, it looked like she was a conductor facing an orchestra waving her conductor's baton.
さあさあおいでなさい。私にふさわしき家具たち。
I feel like they made this choice on their own. At least in the story Beatrice is telling. Alright, is furniture
あ
suitable
ん
for
な
me?
安っぽい家具じゃなくて、もっともっと強力な。
Not that cheap furniture, stronger one.
酷な。
妙な真似はやめて。
Stop this bizarre act. Kyrie, just shoot her.
引き金を引くわ。
I'll pull the trigger. Witch hunters, just shoot, then ask questions. You don't even... Okay, if you're a member of the Inquisition, you just shoot. You just do the torturing, and then you find out if they're a witch, okay? That's why people die to the Inquisition, because the Inquisition's like, oh, we heard you're accused of heresy. Anyway, so we're gonna torture you for a bit, and then maybe we'll ask if you committed any of those crimes. Kyrie, you're not thinking right. Oh no. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried in the color of gold, and as the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Ronove was shocked that an upsurge in magic... power like this happened, it far surpassed that of his former master. And as their eyes were dazzled amidst this golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kyrie fired a round. And then when the golden flash subsided, at the very least, the witch was standing there looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kyrie must have fired it into her, but the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest.
防弾結界
A bulletproof barrier. In an instant, a barrier like that would require a significant amount of preparation, even for predecessor had been. Runaways' face was twisted in shock. And the surprises don't end there. Interesting how the rules of magic don't apply when he feels like having the rules of magic not apply. Okay. Magic is at least typically fairly consistent in a setting, but in this setting, magic is not consistent. It does not take a ritual to actually do anything. And there is no cost to magic. Just pointing that out, which makes it less of a consistent phenomenon. A cloud of gold butterflies created 2 humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them the furniture in the shape of girls showed itself.
シエスタの姉妹兵
The Chiester Sisters
先
Corps.
代様でも
Even the
おいそれと呼び
predecessor
出せなかったペンドラゴンの記念兵を
wasn't able to
いとたや
summon
すく
Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice and do it easily.
シエスタ410ここに
Chiester 410 right here.
シエスタ45ここに
Chester 45 here.
私にふさわしい
So
数
there's
な
at
んで
least
しょう
410
ね
of them?
あん
Okay.
たたちは
You two are suitable furniture, I take it?
絵本の朗読から同伴デートに隕石撃墜まで
From reading a picture book out loud to going on a date to shooting down
幅
meteorites.
広くお答えしますよ
We'll think of anything.
お答えしないと竜王様に怒られます
If you don't take care of it, Pendragon Summon will
何
get
卒ご命令を大ベアトリーチェ教
Your orders, great Lady Beatrice. Anthony
ル
Chen.
ドルフさん
Rudolph
逃げ
Summon.
ましょう
Let's
こい
run
つら
for
は
it.
ダメだわ
We're no match for these ones.
おう
Sure. Kyrie definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture.
命令よ逃げた二人を殺して
Kill the two who ran,
そして死体をここへ持ち帰りなさい
and bring the corpse
そ
back
した
here.
ら生き返らせて何度も遊ぶのよ
Bring him back to life and play with him over and over. The witch's expression turned into a twisted smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke.
恐れながら
Forget my presumption.
先代様よりそのような残酷行為は慎むようにと
Predecessor Sama asked you to avoid brutal actions of that sort. When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak.
傲慢のルシファーちゃんじゃない
Oh, it's
お
Lucifer.
久しぶり
Prime.
に元気
Long time no see you.
また
How's
今
you
度
doing?
一緒に遊びましょうね
Let's play again together sometime.
410死後はダメです怒られます
Listen, Whisper 410, you get in
大
trouble.
ベアトリーチェ教のご命令を迅速に遂行を
Carry it, great Lady Beatrice's order at once.
にひお仕事の時間だね
Yeah, we're on the job now. Yeah.
410了解
What's this? Booted. What's this? F. What is this? Booted NRI. What is this? Booted spring guidance system? Alright, I'm not gonna read the rest of that. It looks like a pain. Alright, roger
追
that.
撃狙撃戦準備
Preparing for sniping pursuit combat.
地形データ収集射撃用データ収集
Initiating data collection? Accumulating data for
410
firing.
へデータリンク
Data link with 410?
410データ受領
Oh, is it forming firing curve? That would be booted firing guidance system. Okay, 410 data
標
received.
的を捕捉地
Target
形
lock
誤差
fire.
修正
Commencing terrain calculation error
射撃
correction.
曲線形成制御点補正完了
Formulating firing curve, supplemental control point calculation.
45へデータリンク
Data link to 45.
45データ受領危険区域確認
Checking hazard zone.
そこはダメです後ろ邪魔だよルシファーちゃん
Lucifer better get out from
バ
behind
ッ
us.
クファイアで焼けるよ
I'll get roasted by the backblast. Thanks to their paired measurements, the Chiester Sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain through the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as a firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. None could escape. Question, if they didn't break any windows and all the windows and doors are sealed, their shots are going through walls? The precision guidance used by the Seven Ssiters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two had.
45射撃準備完了
Alright, firing prep
単種
completed.
選定装填
And what type selected and loaded? As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. A dazzling gold arrow was ready there.
41射撃
410, firing. After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kyrie had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Chiester Sisters. No one could escape from them, and their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world.
なんだ
What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing him and turned around. The exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant.
ルドルフさん
Rudolph After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kyrie's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. All of it happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kyrie, and they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time.
何こ
What's
れ
this?
圧倒的じゃない
How could everyone?
バカバカしいくらいにあっさりね
Ridiculously easy, isn't it? Alright.
私ではこういう家具
The
が
type
向
of
いてるわ
furniture I need.
先代様の中古家具とは大違い
Way different from predecessor Sama's secondhand furniture.
さあ二人の死体をここへ
Bring their corpses here.
飽きるまで何度でも蘇らせて思いつく限りの残虐な殺し方を試してやるの
Okay, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them till I'm bored, and I'll try killing them in as brutal a way as I can think of.
魔女がこんなにも楽しいなんて
Yeah, Saber can dodge that with luck. It's not that hard. Just notice it's coming your way. Dodge. Easy. Think being a witch could be this
命を
fun.
奪うことが
That
こんな
taking
に
a
も
life
楽
could be so much
しい
fun.
なんて
Imagine if reading a scene could be this boring. From the time the humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It's only natural for humans that humans can't understand how pleasurable it is to break this taboo. But she was no longer human. Why do they even have this portrait picture? Okay. It's even stated that the picture is not changed. One scene ago. It was stated that the portrait in the hallway is not changed and that she was mad about the old Beatrice, despite the fact that the portrait was changed. It's like even like simple descriptions like that happen in magical scenes don't appear to be true. As in the Ascension ceremony, Beatrice's portrait was replaced all around the mansion with a new Beatrice. And then we had here this scene, the new Beatrice looking up at the portrait of the old Beatrice, except it had been explicitly replaced in her Ascension ceremony. So it's like even the new Beatrice can't recognize the new Beatrice doesn't recognize the fact that its beliefs are not happening. It's like really wonky. It's like, oh, she believes she's ascended, but look, the thing that happened during your ascension didn't even happen when you went to look at it 2 minutes later. It's like super inconsistent. So, like, you can tell that scene probably didn't happen. But you have no clue if any of these scenes are happening because the data is so inconsistent. But she was no longer human. She was a witch, and there were some pleasures only witches could understand. But now she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. Or maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, 2 people were pinned and dragged along. Yes, you should have shot her before she started ranting. The witch's order not that it would have mattered because she's bulletproof. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Ralph and Kyrie had been killed instantly and their corpses carried back.
Siesta 45 410命令遂行を完了しました。
Chiester's 45 and 410 order execution
大
complete.
ベアトリーチェ教の次の命令を待ちます。
Wait your next order, great lady
どう
Beatrice.
かご命令を。
Please, your orders?
赤ん坊のおもりからネトゲのお相手。
From babysitting to playing online
スペー
games
スシャトル撃墜まで何でもお答えしますよ。
to shooting down a space shuttle will take care of everything.
こいつらは第4の番と第5の番の生贄らしいの。
Looks like these two are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th
だから
Twilight.
最後には役立たずの7姉妹。
In the end, I'll need those worthless 7 sisters.
もう5姉妹か。
Are they 5
こい
sisters
つら
now?
を額と胸に刺してえぐらなくちゃならない。
I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and chest.
でもそれを最後にすればいいんであって、それまでを私がどう遊ぼうと勝手よね。
I can do that at the very end, and I'm free to play it any way I want until then. Alright.
待て待て待て待てい。
Wait. I mean, why are you complaining, Beatrice? There's no limits on what you can do with magic, right? Surely.
そなたはわらわの言っていたことをもう
You
忘
already
れ
forgot
た
what I
のか。
told you? Man, she doesn't give a fuck, Beato.
おや、これは
Also, I
先代
I
様。
don't really care for this drama between these two people. Oh, it's you, predecessor
何か
Sama.
文句でもおありですか？
Any complaints?
あるに決まっておろうが。
Of course I do.
そなたはやりたい放題ではないか。
You do whatever you please, aren't you?
なぜにわらわの言いつけが聞けぬのか。
Why haven't you followed my direction?
やりたい放題で何の問題があるのですか、先代様。
What's wrong with doing as I please,
そ
predecessor
れに
Sama?
私は儀式のルールを逸脱しようなんて気持ちはこれっぽっちもありません。
Anyway, I don't plan on deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest.
ちゃんとこの2人の死体を後できれいにして額と胸に杭を打ち込んでおきますから。
I'll definitely clean those 2 corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest.
そういう問題ではないと
Telling
い
you
う
that's
に
not。the problem. Beatrice, whatever.
あまりに品がなかったり残酷だっ
If
た
you
り
act
する
so
とだな。
undignified and cruel, what? What is the possible problem? You haven't even come up with a good excuse yet, Beatrice.
その気を悪くする者もおるかもし
Some
れぬ
people might
し。
take it badly.
先代様がどこかで戦っているとかいうゲームの相手ですか？
You mean your opponent in that game, the one you're supposedly fighting against
ど
someone?
の上に聞きました？
Renove told me.
あのおしゃべりめ。
Blabbermouth.
まあ正直に言うと
Well, to
そう
be
い
honest,
うわけだ。
That's how it is.
ちょっと目に余るとその
Go too
講
far.
義を受けてな。
They'll object, you see.
先代様にわざわざ伝言などさせず直接講義にいらっしゃればいいのに。
Why can't they just complain to me directly instead of making you take a
臆
message?
病な方です。
Coward.
こことはその異なる世界の住人だからの。
Well, it's a resident of a different world from
わらわ
yours.
を返さねばならぬのだ。
There's no choice but to use me as an
まあ
intermediary.
とにかくだな。
But that's beside the point. Anyway,
ということはその方は私に何か干渉したくてもできない。
well, this means that person couldn't interact with me even
そ
if
して
they wanted
私
to.
も干渉したくてもできない。
And I can't interact with them even if I want to either.
それくらいに遠い世界の無縁な方との認識でよろしいですか？
To put it- Simply put, it's a completely unrelated person from a world that distant, right?
うん。
Yes.
例えるならとても近い2本の平行線の世界とでも言おうか。
Perhaps you could say those worlds are like close
とて
parallel
も身
lines.
近な世界なのだが 平行線ゆえに2本の線が交わることは決
The
してない。
distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they'll never
そんな
cross.
世界ととりあえずは認識してくれればいい。
For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view the world. That world.
交わらない
They never
と
cross.
いうことは
Which means
私とは関係ない世界のこととい
the
う
world
こ
has
とで
nothing to
す。
do with me.
もしその方の代弁で私に自重しろとおっしゃられてるのでしたら、その方に交互伝言をお願いします。
You're speaking for that person when you tell me to show restraint. Please pass this message on to them.
あやつにか
To them.
なんと伝える。
What should I say?
余計なお世話だよ、消えろよババア。
It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag.
へそでも噛んで死んじゃえ
If
ば。
only you'd just give up and die.
先代のお友達でしょうから、多分女性だろうと想像しただけです。
Oh, sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed they'd be a woman.
ババアと言っても、決して先代様のことではありませんから、どうかご容赦ください。
Hi, old hag. I'm definitely not talking about you, predecessor Sama. Please don't get mad at me. When she spoke that, the witch was looking straight into Beato's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it.
先代様、と
Predecessor
ても不
Sama.
思議に思うことがあります。
There's something I find
ど
really
うして
strange.
先代様は、その別世界の方とゲームをして、
Why do you have to play a game with someone from another
魔女
world?
だと認めてもらわなければならないのですか？
Why do you have to have him accept you're a witch?
それはだな。
Well, as to
す
that.
べての人間に魔女の存在を認めさせることが完全なる支配につながるからである。
Well, it's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is a prerequisite of perfect
一
control.
人頑固者がおってな。どうあってもわらわを魔女とは認めんのだ。
There was a single holdout who simply wouldn't accept me as a witch.
どうしてその人間の認可が必要なのですか？
But why the approval
魔
of
女が魔女であり、魔法を振るうことに、どうして人間に認められる必要があるのですか？
witches are witches and can use magic? Why would we need to be acknowledged by humans?
だ
Like
か
I
ら
said
な
earlier, magic
前に
is...
も話した通り、
私は魔女です。
I'm a witch.
別に誰の認可がなくとも魔法が使えますが。
I can
何
use
か
magic without anyone's approval in particular. What's your point?
この世界ではな。
In this world,
しか
right?
しだな。それをあやつが認めない以上は、その、
However, since that person won't accept it, how do I
な
explain
んと
it?
説明す。
説明いりません。
I don't need you to
だっ
explain.
て、決して交わることのない別世界の話じゃありません
After
か。
all, isn't this about a different world that never crosses
そ
this
れ
one?
はつまり、ない世界も同じということです。
In other words, the world may as well not exist.
別世界でゲームで戦っていると、先代様が妄想を語っていることと何にも変わりません。
Fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff in your imagination.
重ねて言います。
Say it
私と
again.
関係ない話です。
It has nothing to do
そ
with
し
me.
て、私はもう魔女です。
And I'm already a witch.
先代様はどうやらその何者かに認めてもらえないと魔女になれないようですが、私は違います。
Predecessor Sama, it somehow or another it seems you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you, but I'm
誰に
different.
認められずとも、もう立派な魔女です。
Even though no one's acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already.
先代ということで、あなたに形式的な敬意
Dear
は
my
捧げます
predecessor,
が、
I'll formally pay you
それ
respect.
は私の行為であって、
That's out of
義
kindness.
務ではありません。
Not duty.
もう私は、あなたの助言など求めていないし、
I won't ask for your
こ
advice
れから
anymore.
どうすればいいか、どう遊べばいいか、はっき
You
り
know
分
what
か
I
っ
should
て
do?
ます。
How you'll play from now
だ
on.
から13人殺しの儀式までは、あなたへの最後の敬意だと割り切って行います。
I'll carry out the murder of 13 people as a finally act of
し
respect
か
for
し
you.
そのやり方や、
There's no reason for you to interfere with the methods I
そ
use.
の後のことについては、あな
What
た
I
そう
do
いうこと
afterwards.
で一つ、よろし
I'll
く
be
お
counting
願い
on
し
you
ま
in
す。
that regard. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Beato's care in any way, which is why she was clearly saying nothing more than, "Don't get in the way of my fun." Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing no matter how she explained it, wouldn't be able to make the witch understand.
そうか。
I see.
ならばわらわはもう知らぬぞ。
And it's no longer my
魔
problem.
法は敬いの気持ちなくして存在できぬことを身をもって知るがいい。
Learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it.
あなたがこれまでに縦横無尽に暴れてきたそれが
She'd tell me where the respect was in that carefree rampage of yours until now. After hearing that, Beato could not respond because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher.
さ
Okay, now.
シエスタの姉妹
Chiester Sisters.
先代がお帰りよお
Get
見
off my
送りを
predecessor. On her way back.
先代様どうぞこの場はお引き取りを
Predecessor Sama, please leave this place.
でないと私たちが叱られます
If you don't, we'll be scolded. Throughout her body, Beato felt something unseeable from the Chiester Sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beato could not escape from the Chiester Sisters' attack without preparation. In the past, she placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul.
先代様、お引き取りを。
Predecessor Sama, if you would retire.
これ以上、ベアトリーチェ様のご機嫌を損ねられるのは、
I would not
お勧め
recommend
できません。
damaging Beatrice Sama's mood any further.
先代様
Predecessor Sama?
わかった
I understand.
わらわはこれにて退
I'll
場す
leave
る
for now.
そなたがどのような顛末をたどるかゆっ
Watch
くり
over the
鑑
end.
賞させてもらおうぞ
I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure. It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. After Beato vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing.
まあわかる
Well, I do
無
understand.
限の力は楽しい
The endless power
有
is
限の
fun.
極みである命を自在にもてあそぶ快楽は味わったことのないものには
Freely
説明
toying
で
with an
きない
extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it.
その快楽に取りつかれる気持ちわかろうというもの
I can understand the feeling of being possessed with a pleasure similar to drugs. You did give her this power, right, Beato?
さぞや楽しかったでしょうね
Must have been quite fun,
かつてのあなたのはしゃぎぶりを見
judging
る
by your
限り
antics in the past.
あれがかつて何度も諭そうとしたお師匠様とそれに耳を貸さぬわらわ
Are
の
you
姿
saying
だ
it's
と
like when
い
you
う
tried to admonish me in the past and I didn't listen? But Beatrice, even up until like literally 5 minutes before you quote unquote lost your power, you were still doing that for over 1,000 years in a row? It's not like you've stopped or changed whatsoever. You're just randomly mad that it's not you doing the killing because it's no longer your role?
なぜあの子の行為を咎める気になったので
Why'd
す
you
か
start scolding that child for her actions?
あなたにはあの子と大きな違いが一つあります
There's a single large difference between you and that
あの
child.
子はすでに魔女かもしれな
That
い
child may already be a
もちろ
witch.
んあなたも魔
Of
女
course,
です
you're also a
ゲーム
witch.
版の上の世界では
At least in the world on top of the game board.
しかしゲーム版の外の世界で魔女だと認められるには
However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside the
ゲ
game
ーム
board,
の対戦者であるバトラ君に認めてもらわなくてはならない
you need to have Battler-kun, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you.
あなたはそれを理解してゲームを始め
You
たは
must
ず
have
です
understood that when you started the game.
魔女である証拠を暴風のように見せつけ
I thought if I could show up a whirlwind of proof that I'm a witch,
わらわを拒否する気持ち
blow
を
away
吹き
his
飛ば
desire
し
to deny me,
屈
make
服
him
させれ
surrender.
ばわらわを魔女と認めると思った
He'd acknowledge me as a
前
witch.
回うまくいきかけたのでもう一息だと思ったのだ
It all went my way last hour. I thought I was just a breath away.
実際は逆です
Actually, the
バトラ
opposite.
君はあなたの残忍さに呆れ果てていました
Battler-kun was disgusted by your
そしてゲー
brutality.
ムの対戦者として登壇したのはあなたを対等な対戦相手だと認めたか
He
らで
didn't
は
step
ない
up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy
残
opponent.
忍な魔女の存在を一切認めないという強い敵意に基づいてです
It was based on a strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch.
愚かなあなたはバトラ君が対戦者の自覚を持ってくれたことを
In your foolishness, you probably felt Battler-kun's acceptance of his role as your opponent was a first
自
step.
分を魔女だと認めさせる第一歩のようでも実際は全くの
However, it was
逆
actually the opposite.
バトラ君はあなたを魔女だと絶対に認めないためにあなたのゲームに挑んだのです
Battler-kun challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined not to
浅は
acknowledge
かの
you.
北風がいくら吹きつけようと、旅人はマントをより深く着込むだけ。
No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears his cloak
あ
even
なた
tighter.
は大きな間違いを最初から犯し
You're
ているの
committing a
で
huge
す。
error from the very beginning.
このゲームはバトラ君を屈服させる拷問などではない。
Game is not torture to make
あ
Battler-kun
なたが
surrender.
バトラ君に認めてもらうために努力する試練なのです。
It's a test you have to make Battler-kun accept you with.
うすうすはよ。
I vaguely
気づいてたさ。
noticed that.
前回はバトラ君にとって辛いゲ
The
ームでし
last
た。
game was a tough one for Battler.
しかし、もう気づいたようです。
But
今
it
回
seems you've
は
already noticed.
あなたにとって
This
辛い
one's
ゲ
a
ー
tough
ムです。
one for you.
わらわは
What do I do from now on?
これ
あなたが自分で考えるのです。
Think about it for yourself.
幸いにもあなたはもうゲーム版の駒を降りて新しき魔女に委ねました。
Fortunately, you've already given up your pieces on the game board to the new
じっ
witch.
くりと自らについて思案する時間があるで
You
しょ
should
う。
have plenty of time to reflect on yourself. Yeah. Beatrice has no moves left to make. All she can do is pass her turn while Battler attempts to play, or assuming he decides to play. There's nothing really for you to do, Beatrice.
バトラーはもう敵意の塊じゃねえ
Battler's
か。
already a mess of hostility.
魔女は認めない。
She won't
そして
accept
わらわ
witches,
も
so you
認
won't
めな
accept
い。
me. Cry me a river,
そ
Beato.
れでどうやってバトラーに認めてもらうんだよ。
Guess what I got to do to make him accept me?
北風でダメなら今からのこのこ太陽で照らせっていうの
You
か
say if the north wind doesn't work, I should shine on him as the sun from
こ
now
の
on.
わらわが
After all
今
that
さ
time.
今は10月。
It's October
ハ
now.
ロウィンの季節ですね。
This
太
Halloween
陽
season.
が死に、再
It's the
び
month
蘇
of
る
rebirth.
再生の月です。
One when the sun dies and is revived again. It's actually November now.
蘇
Sorry.
ったばかりの弱々しい太陽は冬の木枯らしに遠く及ばないでし
And
ょ
the
う。
sun is weak right after reviving. It may not reach far through the cold winter winds.
しかし、
However,
じっくりと
it
成長
slowly
し、
grows.
やがては春の訪れを
It's
告げるこ
eventually
と
able to
が
hail
で
the
きる。
coming of
その
spring.
時、旅人はマントを畳むこともあるかもし
At
れ
that
ない。
time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak. Honestly, I didn't need a coat for most of October. It was friggin' warm. Are you
間
saying
違ってると
I've been mistaken? So there is a possibility. The beautiful hall of the Ashiromiya mansion was covered with a golden sparkle like gold leaf and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kyrie had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She couldn't hide her ragged breath caused by her still uncontainable excitement.
人の生き死にを自由にすることのなんと楽しいことか。
How fun it is to do as I will with people's lives.
無限の魔女の力の前には私が思い描く無限のすべてが実現する
Power
わ。
of the endless witch, the endless everything I paint with my mind becomes reality.
どんなにぐちゃぐちゃにすりつぶしてやったって。
No matter how sloppily I mash them,
私は指を一つ鳴らすだけで
I could
元
revive
通
them
り
and
にして
turn
蘇
them to
ら
normal
せ
with
る
a
こと
snap
が
of
で
my
きる。
fingers. So, I'm curious as to their choice to introduce rules to magic in this exact episode and then to immediately break all of those rules they made. It's kind of a weird choice, as all it tells you is that the rules of magic are going to be inconsistent in this setting. And also, given that they're talking about someone who's like infinitely powerful, it also means that any explanation in this game universe that involves magic, you can just say someone with infinite power should be able to do anything they want to, including doing this. I'm not a big fan of that, as it makes any explanation of the universe that includes magic incredibly stupid. If any of the magic wielding people lose in any way, shape, or form, as I can just be like, why didn't they do X with magic? They're a fucking idiot. This plot sucks. I'm very concerned for this writer's ability to actually write people with infinites. But I'm assuming he's gonna come to some really dumb conclusion in the end of chapter 8 anyways, so we'll see.
そして最後に、申し訳程度に碑文に沿った死体に戻せばいいんだからね。
Because in the end, I just have to restore their corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought.
ねえ、あんたたち、
Hey,
ぬ
you
い
guys,
ぐるみのお腹を裂いたことってある？
have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open?
ないです。にひ
Or
45は
but you 45?
やったことはありません。申し訳あり
Never
ませ
done
ん。
it. My apologies.
当然よ。普
Understandable.
通ないわ。
Normally you
ま
wouldn't.
してや、お気に入りのぬいぐるみだったらなおさらよね。
Especially not if it was a stuffed animal
で
you
も
liked.
ずっと思ってた。
I'd always thought about it.
こんなにも大好きで、ふかふかのぬいぐるみの中に
I
は、
always thought about
い
peeking
つ
in
か覗いてみたいって、ずっと思ってたわ。
and seeing what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal I love. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even if you want to see it, you can't. You understand that feeling, right? Honestly, you could probably just stitch up a stuffed animal and it would be almost as good as new, as long as you didn't do too much damage to it.
無限の魔女の力は、まさにそれを叶えてくれる力
But the
なの。
power, the endless witch, can truly grant that wish. That's right, you can tear it open, tear it to pieces, and instantly restore
今
it.
の私は、好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂くことができる。
As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I'd like.
なのに、魔法一つで、それを元通りに蘇らせることが
And
で
with a
き
bit
る
of
わ。
magic, I can turn it to normal and revive it. So, like, a good example is previously, we were only able to resurrect people in the afterlife repeatedly, and now it's revealed we can actually resurrect people in real life repeatedly. And that we were like, actually, well, we were already believing that we were probably bulletproof anyway. But we did see it up close with their magic. So if you're going to maintain a knowledge of their magic system, you should note that witches are bulletproof. Are bulletproof and can raise the dead and have no cost to using any of their powers. They can use them infinitely. Which is certainly an interesting system for the world to be built on, as if it's even, it works even if there's a group of people, a small group of people, so 3+ people is enough to use magic or manifest demons. So theoretically you could kill anyone on the planet as long as they're in a house with 3 or less people. And if they're in their own room, you can kill them, right? So I guess the question would be, how do witches not already rule this world? As all you have to do is just, you know, start threatening anyone in power and be like, well, you know, any people come into this house, you die. Just put a. She can probably do. I mean, we haven't seen her do it, but she can probably put on a passive curse on someone that just says, if another person enters your house, you die instantly. That would work. So I think in the setting they're using, if witches exist, the entire world is ruled by witches and witchcraft, because nothing else would make sense, as they don't have limits on their powers. They don't have limits on their powers, and I guess they can do whatever they want. So there's no reason not to do that.
それはつまり、この世のあらゆる制約を打ち破ったということ。
In other words, it means I've broken all limitations in this world.
今の私には、躊躇することも、思いとどまることも何もないの。
As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up an idea or anything.
その喜
The joy. There's probably no one who can understand it.
び、誰にもわからないでしょうね。無限の魔女の私以外、誰にもわからない。
As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Kyria again, and faster than they could realize, she killed them right away. And she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two.
予算かエヴァ
Quit it, Eva. Huh?
あんた、
What's
い
you?
たの？
How long you been there? In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph or Kyria's gun and come back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest.
なんでローザさんやマリアちゃんや
Why'd you have to kill Rosa and Marcia?
ルドルフ君やキリエさんまで殺さにゃならんのや。
はあ、
Oh?
私は後宮家の当主にして六軒島の魔女よ。
I'm head of the Ashiramiya family, the Witch of
この
Rock
島
and
で
Shield.
は何を起こそうと全ては自由自在。
Everything that happens on this island is all up to me.
今だけの一瞬を切り取ってその生き死にを問うなど私には無意味なこと。
Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment in time is meaningless to me.
お父さんの黄金を見つけて、
You went mad after finding Father's
お
gold?
前はどんだけ高く積まれた黄金やったやろな。
Just how high must that gold have been
わしに
climbed?
は想像もつかん。
I can't even
お前
imagine.
の正気を失わせるほどのものだったんやろ。
It must have been enough to steal away your
だがな、
sanity.
そんなにもたくさんの黄金やったな
But
ら、
if there was that much
な
gold,
して気前よく分けっこしたのって思わんかったんや。
how did you think of graciously splitting it
誤
up?
解してるわ。
You
あれは
misunderstand.
全て黄金の魔女のものよ。
All of it belongs to
私
the
以外
Golden
の
Witch.
誰にも触れる資格はない。
No one's qualified to touch it except me.
お前は何や。
What are you?
昔聞かせてくれた少女時代の魔女だったエヴァだとでも言うんか。
Now tell me you're that thing Ava told me about from long ago, the witch Ava from when she was young?
そうよ。あ
That's
なた
right.
の妻の後宮エヴァの胸の中にずーっと住んでいた少女時代の私。
I'm the me from my years as a girl who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ashiramiya Ava, the whole time.
そして魔女なの。
And I'm a witch.
エヴァは私を忘れることによって大人になったわ。
Ava became an adult by
だ
forgetting
から
me.
魔法が使えない。
誰だって子供の頃には無邪気だけれど残酷な妄想に頭を膨らませることはある。
All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas
わし
sometimes.
かて小さい頃はアリを踏んで回ったりトンボの羽をむしったりして遊んだことが
When
あ
I
るわ。
was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off
しかし
butterflies.
命の大切さを学んでそんな残酷な幼年時代から卒業するんや。
However, I learned the importance of life and graduated from that cruel childhood age.
今のお前はまさに幼年時代そのものやで。
Right now, you really
エ
are
ヴ
a
ァが
child.
卒業したはずの人格なんや。
A personality that I know Ava
それ
graduated
は
from.
エヴァやない。
A personality isn't Ava.
別の人間や。
A completely different person.
そうよ。私、
That's
後宮エヴァじゃない。
I'm
黄
not
金
Ava.
の魔女、ベアトリーチェだもの。
The Golden Witch Beatrice.
楽しいわよ。何の制約もしがらみもなく生き死にを自由にできるこの閲楽は
So fun not being bounded by limitations. The pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly
割っ
wonderful.
た金魚鉢を謝らなくていい。
I don't have to apologize for breaking a
そ
goldfish
し
bowl.
て好きなだけぬいぐるみを
I
裂いてい
can
い。
tear stuffed animals up as much as I want. Actually, since they completely subverted the rules, they put on their own magic immediately. That also means the rule of magic and anything being actual anti-magic doesn't, or like lots of people weakening your magic doesn't matter either. So you can't trust that rule. It will only show up if if the author feels like making it relevant. A world powered by author fiat is probably not the world you want to be having writing an intriguing mystery novel for, but okay. I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want. There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without hesitating, he walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
アホ
You fool.
三角ぶるなや。ほんまは臆病者の弱虫のくせに。
Trying to act like you're cruel, not when you're really a coward and a weakling.
わかなアホ
I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to. Fool.
アホ
Fool!
痛い。ちょっと
Someone's gonna
命の
explode
大切さ
that.
とか儚さとかそういうのが分かる女やったらな。
You're a woman who understands how important, how fragile life is,
わ
don't
し
you?
が思い出させたる。
I'll make you remember.
何が魔女や。アホ抜かせ。
What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool?
お前はわしの女房の後宮エヴァや。
You're my wife, Ashiramiya Ava.
冷蔵庫の残り物でちょいちょいと気の利いたつまみを作れる台所の魔女が先の山や。
If anything, you're a witch of the kitchen. What a line. Alright, who could always make the perfect snacks out of refrigerator leftovers in a flash?
目を覚まさんかいこのアホんだら。
Open your eyes, you fool. Well, if I ever see a witch, I'm gonna say, if anything, you're a witch of the kitchen to them. That's funny. That's a funny line. Didn't I just tell you?
言ってるでしょうか。
I'm not assuring me, Ava.
アホ抜かせ
You
こ
stupid
の
fool.
カラー。
As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, the sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which fell in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain slowly spread across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest. R.I.P. in peace.
私はエヴァじゃないと言ってるのに。
Like I said, I'm not
バ
Ava.
カでうざい男ね。
What a stupid, annoying
あ
man.
んたしつこいから第6の番の生贄に変更してあげるわ。
You're an annoying man, so you're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice to the sixth
ど
twilight
こ
to
かの
you.
ベッドの下に隠れて震えてでもいたなら見逃してやるつもりだったのに。
If only you just hidden under some bed, shaking or something. I planned on
わ
letting you
ざ
go.
わざ戻ってきて。
But no. You went through all the trouble of coming back.
本当にバカな男だわ。
You really are a stupid man. Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape that pain, he resisted until the last second, and staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. As he died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze.
こいつも新しいおもちゃにして遊びます
Should we make this one a new toy and play? At those words, the witch realized Hideyoshi was dead.
あ
Oh,
あ、
yeah.
そうね。
Right, what
ど
do
う
we
しよう
do?
かしら。
The Chiester Sisters waited for instructions, and on the inside they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose over the witch's face looked as though she got over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
この男のせいですっかり興ざめだわ。
It's such a killjoy, and it's all this guy's
も
fault.
うやめた。
Done.
ラノウェイいる？
Ronove, you there?
はい、ここに。
Right here.
後片付けをお願い。
Take care of the
先
cleanup.
代様もうるさいしね。
I bet the predecessor makes a fuss
あ
over
の
this
バ
one.
バアが納得する程度に綺麗にしておいてちょうだい。一応、
Why does
先
she
代
even need
様
to
への
follow
義
the
理で儀式
ceremony?
のルールには従うわ。
I don't really know what the reasoning for her following the ceremony is. Why didn't she just say, like, fuck the ceremony, I'm just gonna kill people? Like, why is she following them? It doesn't seem to matter to her. Whatever. I mean, they're just writing it as an excuse, I guess. The right scenes? Sure. I guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony out of a sense of obligation to my
この
predecessor.
3人の死体を第4の番から第6の番ってことでお願いね。
Treat these corpses as the 4th through 6th twilights.
ルシファー、出
This
番
is for your
よ。
turn.
傲慢のルシファー。
Lucifer
ここに。
cried here.
その3人の死体、ほじくってえぐっといて。
Dig into 3 corpses and gouge them.
死体をですか？
Into corpses?
そうよ。
That's right.
何か不満？
Got a problem with that?
いえ。
No. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. Whoever being told to gouge a corpse someone else had brought down reigned contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the Seven Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. You mean 5, because 2 of them are dead. However, they had already screwed this up, so that with 2 of the sisters defeated, they had no right to question her. Only Ronove appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding.
ベアトリーチェ様のご命令ですよ。ルシファーは3人を選び、儀式の作法に従
Lucifer,
い
carry these
処理
3
を
and
する
dispose
よ
of them in accordance with the etiquette of the
あと
ceremony. When
で
you're
き
done,
まし
lend
た
me
ら
a hand to
私
clean
の
up.
お片付けにも。
かしこまりました。
Certainly. The witch looked down upon
バカ
Hideyoshi's
な
corpse,
男ね。
as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault.
死なずに済んだのに。
And you didn't even have to die. I mean, he was going to die in the final twilight anyway.
あなた
Here?
いるわよね
You're there, right?
返事をして
Answer me. The crash of a thunderbolt woke Ava from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at the time, her feel for her would have probably been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn he wouldn't leave her alone, was nowhere to be seen in the room.
返事をして
Can't answer. Rough times, Ava. Rough times. "30 minutes already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late, and Kraus and Natsuhi, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. There was a precaution in the event the Rudolph's group was attacked, and the master keys stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return."
さすがに遅すぎます
They really are too
彼
late.
らの身に何かあったので
You
は
think something might have happened to them? Indeed. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure.
もし彼らが戻らないようなことがあるならば
Something happened to prevent them from returning?
辛い想像だが、その覚悟を始めた方が
A
良さ
terrible
そうだ。
thought, but it seems we should ready ourselves for that
やは
possibility.
り不用心だったのだ。
It really was too reckless after all.
私はそうだと申し上げなぜ彼らはこれほどの危険を承知で外に
How did they go outside when they knew it was this dangerous?
ホロローザさんが襲われたばかりだというのになぜに外へ
Why go outside even though Rosa had just been attacked?
それを言っても始まらん。
Nothing will come of saying
と
that
にか
now.
く、
At any
これ
rate,
でゲストハウスに大人は3人。
there are now 3 adults in the guest house. Those 2. Wait, isn't Nanjo still alive? You mean 4, right? Nanjo's still alive! Also, these guys aren't dead yet because the bodies haven't been found.
私と夏日。
Me, you.
そして高熱で寝込んでいる
Ava who's
エ
asleep
ヴ
with
ァ
a
だ
high
けだ。
Yep. At the time, the forceful sound of the door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Ava's panicked voice. The voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she'd had a bad dream or something due to her fever, and was calling for her husband.
エヴァさん
Ava
どう
said,
しましたか大丈夫ですか
"What is it? Are you okay?"
うちの人はどこうちの人がいないの
Husband isn't there.
ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに
Promised he'd stay with me the
ず
whole
っと
time.
手を握ってくれてるって約束したの
He grasped my hand the whole time. I don't think he did it the second time. Sorry. Chris was struck down by this attitude of hers, which had never shown in front of him before, but Natsuhi understood her feelings.
に落ち着いて
Calm down. But I don't understand the tears, as in every scene. You're either forced... In every scene that's not magical so far this arc, we've been forced to point out that Ava is the obvious culprit for all of these, as there's no motivation for any of the kids to murder their whole families. It's kind of like a weird choice thing here. Like, there's obviously a different killer every arc, but you're kind of just like, I don't know why we're going through these scenes like
秀
this.
吉さんはルドルフさんたちと一緒に今表へ出ています
Hideyoshi's with Rudolph and Kirei-san. They're outside right now.
表へ
Outside?
どうしてよ私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束したのにどうして表になんか行ってるの
After he promised he'd stay with me the whole time. Things
表
are
へ
up.
出てはダメ表には魔女がいるわ行ってはダメ殺されてしまう
You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed.
エヴァ、落ち着きなさい。
Calm
秀
down.
吉さんはルドルフたちと一緒に屋敷へ戻っているのだ。
Hideyoshi returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kirie.
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃ
Why
い
do you
け
have to
な
go
い
to
の
the
よ
mansion? I would think it would be I think it would be funnier if he said, well, they thought they could solve the riddle of the gold and end this problem. That would have been like a completely ironic death. But unfortunately we aren't there because Hideyoshi went and they weren't trying to solve that. Because Hideyoshi was aware of the gold. Anyway.
ここなら安全なのにどうして表になんか出
Why
し
do
た
you
の
go
よ
outside even though it's safe here? I guess he went to find food for you because you were doing really poorly. Not as ironic, but still kind of funny.
どうして屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ
Why Why'd he go back to the mansion?
明日までの食料を取りに行くことになっ
They
た
went to get enough food to last
秀
until
吉さん
tomorrow.
はお前の体調が悪いことを気にしててそのためにもと言って
Hideyoshi-san was worried about your health and said that was why he wanted to go.
いつ戻ってくるの？
Will they come back?
いつ戻ってくるのよ。
Will they come back?
表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ、屋敷はダメ。
Don't go outside into the rose garden or the
魔
mansion.
女がいる。黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。
Golden witch is walking about. You're the golden, but the golden witch is made from you, and you're the golden witch now. Remember that whole promotion ceremony, Ava?
見つかったら殺されてしまう。
If she finds you,
絶
you'll
対
be
に殺
killed.
されてしまう。
You definitely be killed,
あ
aren't
あ、うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの。
you? When will my husband be back? Don't know.
30分前にここを出ました。
They left 30 minutes ago.
私たちは帰りを
We're
待ってい
waiting
ま
for
す。
their return.
30分？
30 minutes
そんなの
ago.
おかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのにどうしてそんなに時間がかかるのよ。
Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion, get food, and come back?
そ
Who
れで
knows?
あんたたちはなんでここでぼんやりしてるのよ。
Why are you just staying around here? Because surely one more person isn't gonna help. One more person and one more gun is not gonna help.
迎えに行かなきゃ。
We have to go get them?
迎えの人のところへ行かなきゃ。
We gotta hurry to where they are? That seems like a dumb idea. Ava probably had quite a nightmare, and because it continued after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsuhi tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, and Battler, George, Jessica, Nanjo, everyone in the guest house gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation.
母さんの意見に同感だよ。
I agree with mother.
父さんたちの様子を確かめに行くべ
We
きだ。
should go check on father and the rest.
まあ、そうだな。
That seems like a good idea. We need to get a body discovery announcement, right? Or, sorry, we need to find the bodies so the info panel can update.
荷物が大きくなって手間取ってる可能性だってあるぜ。
Maybe their load's too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it.
人手は歓迎のはずさ。
They would welcome some extra hands.
ローザさんが襲われてすぐですぞ。
This happened right after Rosa was
二
attacked.
次遭難の可能性もあります。
It may be a secondary disaster connected to
こ
that.
こは一つ慎重に。
We should act with caution here and...
バカを言わないで。
don't be a fool.
慎重に何よ。
What do you mean
助けを
caution?
求めてるかもしれない主人を見殺しにしろというの。
Are you saying we let my husband die even though he might be begging for help?
私が様子を見に行くわ。臆病者はここで待っていなさい。
I'll go look at the cowards can stay here. She'll be fine. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that, raised his hand.
僕も行こ
I'll
う。
go
バトラ
as
君
well.
も来るだろ
You'll go too, right,
う。
Battler?
人数
Dude?
が多い方がいい。
The more, the better.
おう、
Sure.
エヴァおばさん。来るなって言ったってついてく
Ava,
ぜ。
we're coming with you even if you tell us not to.
私も行くよ。
I'm coming too.
私だけ安全なところに隠れてなんかいられないぜ。
You're the only one to hide in a safe room.
ジェシカは出てはなりません。
Jessica, don't go outside.
ここに私といるのです。良い
Stay
です
here
ね
with。me. Got it. It was like they were implying those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Natsuhi realized Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother.
そうね。
You're right.
それがいいでしょうね。
That should be
兄さん
fine.
たち一家はゲストハウスで留守番してて。
Let's have Nissan's family keep an eye on the guest house.
これはうちの家族とバトラ君の家
It's
族
a
の
problem
問
for
題
my
よ。
family and Battler
あ
Kun.
と南條先生も来てもらえるかしら。
I wonder if Dr. Nanju would mind coming too.
万が一のこともあるかもしれないから。
You know, it's an entity straight from Ava's. It's a demon straight from Ava's mind. Every time the demon gets hungry for murder, Ava gets weaker. So if you just shot Ava, life would probably be a lot
バトラ
easier.、
エヴァ、ジョージ、南條の
Oh well,
4人
they're all
は
doing
屋
their
敷の方
usual.
に
Can't determine if there's an external or internal threat, so it's not really a big deal. In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and
ルドル
Nanjo
フ、
found the
キリエ、
corpses of Rudolph,
秀吉
Kyrie,
の
and
3人の遺
Hideyoshi.
体を発見。
At least we've explored the gold, right? We've explored one route this time. It was getting quite stale, trying to determine if there was or wasn't an intruder. Now, they haven't actually determined that, but at least someone at some point has tried the gold. And I guess this is the outcome of the gold. Alright, RIP in peace, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi.
第4から 第6の番ってことか。
4th through 6
な
twilight.
ら死体には、額、胸、腹にそれぞれ、例の悪魔の杭が。
Then the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes?
はい。
Yep.
ルドルフの額に1本。
The demon stakes were buried into them, one in Rudolph's
秀吉
forehead,
の
one
胸
in
に
Hideyoshi's
1本、
chest,
そしてキリエの腹部に1本。
and one in
悪魔の
Kyrie's
杭が打
stomach.
ち込まれ、3人には争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。
The disorder of the clothing on all three suggests they were fighting or running
3
away.
人の遺体は寄り添ってはおらず、犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
Since the three corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance.
杭で、額と胸と腹を。
And they had stakes in the forehead, chest, and
相
stomach.
変わらず、
Horrible as usual.
無芸。
Even though Runaway knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed him in a much more horrible way. The corpses had been left in the manner because Beato had suggested the witch she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they had been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato changed that into a still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this by judging by Battler's eyes. It might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and dead is very large, so saying she'd given them better deaths might make it possible for a demon to understand their feelings and pardon her. There was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Runaway remained silent despite knowing of Beato's modest efforts.
いつも通り、死体の死亡確認からさせてもらうぜ。
As usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are
Runaway.
dead.
赤で宣言を頼む。
Runaway, in red.
おい、聞こえないのか？
Can you hear me? Runaway.
赤で宣言を頼む。
Declare it in
副賞
red,
要
my
求だ。
friend.
ルドル
Read
フ、
it.
キリエ、秀吉の3名は死
Alright,
亡
the
して
three
い
of
る。
them are dead.
申し訳ございません
My apologies.
副賞を拒否させていただきます
Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi are dead. Allow me to decline from repeating that.
なんだと？
What?
いきなり、どういうつもりだ？
What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was like losing by default, so when Runaway refused as a part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded.
申し訳ございません
My apologies.
私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただ
As
き
of
ま
this
す
moment, I relinquish my position as Milady's
よっ
representative.
て私にはそれを赤で復唱することがで
Accordingly,
き
I
ません
cannot repeat that in red.
それを復唱する資格があるのはお嬢様
The only one
ただ
qualified
一
to
人だ
repeat
けで
that
ご
is
ざいます
Milady.
正しい言い分です。
His point is a valid one. I
ロノウ
understand.
ェはベアト側の代行者でしかありま
He's
せん。
only a representative for Beato's side.
ロノウェが代行の役を負り、かつバトラ君がベアトを相
If
手
he
とし
steps
て認
down
め
and
ない
you
な
don't
ら
accept
ば、
Beato as an opponent,
新しい代行者を立てる必要がありま
a
す。
new representative must be named.
新しき代行者はおりません
No new representative
どうか
exists.
バトラ様
Please, Battler
お
sama.
嬢様を再び対局の相手とお認めください
Accept her as your game partner once more. Well, if you didn't accept her here, just say, fuck that, I don't accept her anymore. If my opponent's a poor sport and I don't want to play with them, and I go play with someone else, and then they're like, hey, you should play with them again. I don't say, yeah, sure, I will. I say, fuck no, they're an asshole. And I continue not playing with them. Unless I feel like playing with them, but I guess the plot will continue, so...
悪いが、
Sorry?
そいつは聞けねえ相
That's
談だ
advice
ぜ。
I can't listen to?
あの不愉快な残酷野郎。俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。
I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my
そ
opponent.
れを認めないために、俺はこのゲームを降りないんだ。
My refusal to accept her is why I can't step down from this game.
不愉快な点につきましてはお嬢様に代わりまして
As
謝
to her
罪し
being
ます
unpleasant, I apologize in Milady's
ま
stead.
たお嬢様には二度と不愉快な言動を取ら
Allow
な
me
い
to
よう
pledge Milady will
制
not
約させ
undertake
ま
in
す
such such unpleasant actions again. Wasn't she literally doing that in like 2 seconds ago for this murder as well? That Battler was presumably watching? That seems like a hollow statement when he says that and he's like, okay, that remains to be seen considering she just did it 5 seconds after he complained again. Since she's in control of the pieces on the game board. Anyway, I wonder about that.
バトラ君、あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。
I also want to apologize to that child's teacher. I mean, your third-party apologies are nice, but they don't actually change anything. It's like if like someone beats you up and that it's like if someone beats the shit out of you and then their parents and like boyfriend or girlfriend apologize to you and they're like, I'm sorry they did that to you, and you're like, that's great, it's great that you're sorry. Does it change anything? Like, they're gonna do that and you're like, they're trying to, like, I have to stay out of the house because they're gonna beat the shit out of me again, but your apology doesn't do anything. It's not changing anything.
よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一
Like,
度
I
だ
don't want
け
to play with you
許して
because
や
you're
ってはくれ
cheating,
ま
and
せ
then
ん
their
か。
parents apologize to you, and you're like, yeah, but they're still cheating. In fact, after I complained, they still went around and cheated. Like, it's not like they stopped because I got mad and didn't want to play with them. They just kept going. Like, we'll see where this goes, I guess. I'll give that child a good talking to. Please offer your forgiveness just this once.
おいおい、よしてくれよ。
Hey, enough of that.
まるで俺が悪者みてえだぜ。
You're making me sound like the bad guy.
それに、あんたらにいくら謝罪の言葉を聞かされても、
No matter how much you guys
俺の
apologize,
耳
it
に
won't
は
reach
届
my
く
ears.
そいつは。ベアトが自分の口で言えるってんな
If
ら、
Beato can say it from her own lips.
耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
わかりました。
Understood.
それがあの子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。
If that's your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let's have that child apologize.
ロの上、
Run of
あ
it.
の子を呼びなさい。
Call for the child.
よろしいですね、バトラ
Would that
君。
be alright, Badler-kun?
好きにしろよ。
Why does he even have the right to choose his opponent in a game in the afterlife anyway? Do whatever you
だ
want.
が、
In her personal
俺
afterlife.
が許すと期待するな。
Yeah, Eva Beatrice going a bit wacko, but that seems to be her whole character, so I'm not too surprised. If she's doing anything too crazy. I don't expect me to forgive her.
あの
Go
ム
get
カ
the
つく魔
irritating
女。
witch.
ありがとうございます、バトラ様。
Thanks, Badler
ただい
sama.
ま、お呼びいたします。
I'll summon her here.
お嬢様、バトラ様がお呼びでございます。
Lady, Badler sama is calling for you. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered around in midair and created Beato's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the one she'd made before.
呼んだかロノウェ。
Did you call Ronope?
話は聞いていたはずですよ
I believe you
あなたの口から。何か言うこと
Is
はあ
there
りま
something
す
you have
か
to say from your own lips? It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well. She was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses in front of the victims. Or the corpses of the new victims and broken down crying. Alright. Corpses, check.
親父キエさん
Here he is.
うわーうわー
Yeah, yeah. I find it weird that she's crying when it's her own thought form that's killing people. It's like, clearly you wanted your husband dead on some level. Like, okay. Either it's a separate entity that's directly attached from her and made from her memories, knowledge, and feelings, in which case she wanted her husband dead, or, like, I don't know. I guess you could make it a complete independent murderous entity, but that'd be like really pointless to make like random entities out of nowhere that are murderous. It seems kind of pointless to have Beatrice be a rampaging murder spirit that exists for the sake of killing people. That doesn't seem to make the sense for a backstory. I guess it could be a thing. Beatrice is more just a concept of a murderous witch that just kills people on a regular basis. It seems strange, but it's possible.
母さん、しっかりして。
Hang in
僕だ
there.
って
Even for me,
悔し
it's
い、
crushing.
悲しい。
So sad.
おそらく
They probably died
即死だったでしょう。
instantly.
たとえ彼らが倒れた直後に我々がここに訪れたとしても、
I'm sure that
きっと
even if
手
we
遅れだっ
arrived
たに
immediately
違い
after
あ
they
り
fell,
ま
it
せん。
would have been too late.
いいえ、違うわ。
That's wrong.
きっと生きてたわよ。
They were definitely
胸に
alive.
こんなものを刺されて。
His chest was stabbed with something
う
like
ちの
this.
人はもがき苦しみながら死んでいったに違い
Sister
ないわ
died in
よ。
extreme pain.
もっと早く来ていればきっと助かった。
If we'd come faster, surely they would have been saved.
きっと助かったのよ。
Definitely been saved. But like, but Ava, the only reason you woke up was because they were dead.
バトラー君も
It must be tough
辛い
for
だろ
you
うけ
too,
ど
Battler. But stay strong.
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫だぜ。兄貴、もうちょっとだけ泣かせてくれ。
Let me cry a little bit longer.
俺が一番マシなんだ。
I got it the best.
俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだ。
I should be the least sad.
だから、もうちょっとだけ泣いたら。
That is a suspicious character.
大丈夫だから。
That's a very sus character. You let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine.
そんなことないよ。
That is
両
true.
親を失った心の痛みはよくわかる。
I can understand how much it must hurt your heart to have lost both parents.
僕には母さんがまだいる。
Still have mother.
バトラー君よりはるかにマシだ。
That's better than what you're going through, Battler King.
いや、違うぜ。ジョージの兄貴が
Gotta
一
be
番
tough
辛い
for
は
you,
ずなんだ。
George.
わかってんだよ。兄貴、
I understand, Aniki.
ジョージの兄貴が俺たちの
Mr.
中
Fiona's
で
saddest.
一番悲しくて辛いんだ。
I'm the one who has it the toughest.
俺はそれを分かってる。
I understand.
だからこれ以上メソメソなんて泣いちゃいけねえんだ。
Crying like this.
うわ
Poor Battler. Not
どうして
doing anything on the board most of the
僕の方
time.
が辛いなんて。
Why do you say it's toughest for me?
俺にとっちゃ親父もキリエさんも成人して独り立ちしたらいつかは別れる人間さ。
I see. To him, Dad and Kirei-san were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became
親
independent.
である以上子供より先に死ぬのは宿命だ。
Since they're parents, it's fated they'll die before their
それ
kids.
が少し早くなっ
Just
ちまっ
happened
た
early, that's
だけの
all.
話だぜ。
I guess that's one explanation, yeah?
だが兄貴は違うぜ。
It's different from you, Aniki.
いつか別れる親だけじゃない。
You didn't lose parents who you would have parted ways with eventually?
これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずの
You also lost Shannon Chan,
シャノンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ。
someone you could have spent the rest of your life with. Statistically would not, but you know, it's a nice thought.
人の命に重さなんかねえさ。
Can't value human lives
赤
differently.
ん坊の命だって年寄りの命だって
A baby, whether a baby or an
同
old
じ
person,
く
it
ら
shall be
い
treated the
尊いだ
same.
ろうよ。だが
Or
よ
respected the same, sorry.
それからの人生が長ければ長いほど
Still, the more life that person has ahead of them,
一緒に築いていく未来が長ければ長いほど
the longer the furniture you're building,
その知ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ。
the sadder the fact of their death is.
兄貴はシャノンちゃんと婚約したんだろ。
Aniki, you're engaged to Shannon Chan.
これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束した
You
んだろ。
promised you'd build a life and a home together in the future, right?
その未来のでかさだ。幸せのでかさがよ。
Compared to how huge that future was. Compared to how huge that happiness was.
俺の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。
Stuff like my pain doesn't even come close.
だから、兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはずなん
Should be
だ。
allowed to cry much more, Aniki.
なのに、俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって。
Yeah, just because you act like a big brother to us
無
cousins,
理に冷静を装って。
you force yourself to act like you're so calm.
やめてよ。バトラ君。
Stop it, bad Luke. George was trying to make a calm smile. But already he couldn't stop a single tear from rolling down his face. There's no way I wouldn't
ないじゃないか。
be sad, right?
僕は、シャノンと一緒に、たくさんの未来を思い、描き合ったさ。
Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my
きっ
mind.
と100年の人生では叶えきれないくらいの夢を、
We talked of
語り合った
dreams that couldn't come true if we lived 100 years.
その夢の
Of those dreams,
一番最初の
even the first one,
籍を入れることさえ叶えられなくて、
having her move into my family register could not be granted.
悲しくないわけが
There's no way I
ない
wouldn't
じゃないか。
be sad, right?
それに比べたら俺なんか、
Compared
俺
to
なん
that,
か。だから俺にはこれ以上、泣く資格なんかねえんだ。
like I said, I have no right to cry anymore.
兄貴だってこらえてるのに、俺にこれ以上の涙を流す資格なんて。
Even you're struggling to hold it in. I have no right to shed any more tears.
同じだよ。
I know the death scenes are sad and sad for the characters. But I honestly grow detached to the same character dying, especially when it's really obvious like these guys' deaths were. Like we've seen Rudolph die, what, 3 times now? Twice off screen? Like, how impactful can his death be if he hasn't changed much?
親しい人を失えば、
We don't know if he's
悲しい
changed
のは
anything.
僕もバトラ君も同じだよ。
We're the same. We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to us. Like, if maybe the sisters are meta dead and they can't show up in chapter 4 because they're permadead, that would be like a change that he did that made something happen. But since we don't even know if he actually did anything, or if he had the ability to do anything, or if this death changes like the meta conflict of like Deadlier versus Beatrice, it's hard to tell if there's any value in this continued death scene or if it's just business as usual, right? We feel the same sadness from losing those close to us.
バトラ君が僕より涙を流してはいけないなんてルールはない。
There's no rule that says you can't shed more tears than me, Deadlier.
そして、
And
僕だって
for me too, there's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is
涙を
there?
こらえなければならないなんてルールも。兄貴。
Aniki? Aniki?
兄貴。未来を語り合ったシャノンが死んだ。
Shannon, the one who shared my dreams of the future, is dead.
父さんも死んだ。
Father's dead too.
悲しいな。
So sad. So sad. Alright, as Deadlier and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been precious to them. Curious how they're all hanging out in this lobby when they're like, we could be getting murdered by the culprit at any minute.
ジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言ったか。
You know why I said George Aniki has the toughest?
聞いていたからわかる。
I was listening. I understand.
その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例するとな。
Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards.
もちろん。それだけじゃ測れねえけどな。
Can't calculate it just like that, though.
俺たち人間は、お前ら魔女とは違う。
The humans aren't like you, witches.
生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間をその力の限り生きている。
From the time we receive life to the moment we die, we live within the limited time period as strongly as we can manage.
それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。
I can't forgive anyone who makes light of
ま
that.
してや嘲笑いもてあそぶような奴は絶
I
対に許
definitely
せない
can't forgive anyone who sneers at people and toys
お
with
前の
them.
ような死の概念もめちゃくちゃな奴には理解もできねえだろうがよ
One whose concept of death is all screwed up probably can't understand that.
これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない
I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived
一生
afterwards.
懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと
It's sneering at the lives of people living with all they've
これが
got
一番
that I can't forgive
俺
the
には
most.
許せねえんだ
I see.
ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた
George Anarchy lived his life by recklessly doing his best.
シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をして
He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry
Shannon
Shannon Chan no matter the
俺み
challenges.
たいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが
Completely
違う
different from me. I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long time.
しかしだな。
ベアト、
So,
今は黙って聞きなさい。
I'll stay silent and listen.
うん。
Indeed.
お前の言い分に
It's
も
an awkward umu, I'm
一
pretty
定の理
sure.
解はする
Or, in a way, I
お
understand your
前には
point.
自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ
You say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection.
だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人お前の立場の事情を汲み取る限りギリギリの理解が
I
で
can
きる
just barely bring myself to understand your
それ
murder.
がお前にとっては必要な行為だからだ
Because to you, it's a necessary course of action.
ならそれ以上の不要な行為は全て
But that means
お前の
all
無意味な残酷主
unnecessary
義と
actions
い
you
うこと
take
にな
beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal tastes.
つまり
In other words,
第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば
if killing the 6 people for the first Twilight was a necessary action
顔を
for you,
砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全
then,
て
then all that
全
show
く
of
不
crushing
必要
their
な
faces, splitting their stomachs, and stuffing them full of sweets was completely
お
unnecessary
前の残酷趣味だってことになる
and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby.
俺はお前のこの点について
That's an aspect of you
断じて許すことができな
I
いんだ
definitely can't forgive. Waiting part is hard. Gotta wait for all of the dialogue to finish sometimes, and I'm like, I just wanna read the text. Continue.
お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時
When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way,
結局は最後には生き返らせるのだから
you apparently said
ど
something
み
like,
たいなことを言ったそうだな
if they're gonna be brought back to life in the end anyway, it doesn't matter how they're
バ
killed.
ルギリアに聞いてるぜ
I heard from Virgilia.
それは、
Well, as to that,
まあ。
well,
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは
the idea you can kill them as many times as you want as long as you bring them back to life in the end.
命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか
Isn't that a completely unnecessary action with no purpose other than toying around with someone's life?
殺すなら人思いに殺せ
If you're gonna kill, do it instantly.
手遊ぶな
Don't toy with them.
殺さないならいたぶるな
If you won't kill them, then don't bully
お
them.
前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに命の尊厳を忘れてしま
You
った
take advantage of the fact you can do as you will with people's lives and you've forgotten the sanctity of life.
だから俺は認められないんだ
Well, I can't accept or acknowledge
命の
you.
重みをそして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を
I definitely
俺
can't
は
accept from
対
my
戦
opponent
相手だと
a
断じ
person
て
who doesn't
認め
know
ら
the
れない
value of a life or the sadness when lives are lost.
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。
And that is why the endless magic is known as a black art.
無限の魔女に有限の概念はない。
The endless witch has no concept of limitations.
壊す、殺すと
He
いう
has no concept
有
of
限と
limitations
終
and
焉の
losses
概念は
caused
な
by
いので
breaking
す。
and killing. Does that mean you would no longer be an endless witch if you were to attain the concept of limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing, Virgilia?
それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのように
And for that reason, endless witches sometimes start playing by jumping over the gap between life
そ
and
の
death.
行き来を遊び出すよう
Like
に
it's
な
a
る。
game?
それは とてもとても恐ろしいこ
It's
と
a
で
very,
す。
very frightening
だ
thing.
から私は無限の魔女として
I was
自
an
ら
endless witch,
望
and
み
by my own
あなた
choosing,
の域まで達しなかったのです。
I never reached your level. It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beato for a long time, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She'd been too wild. She'd been possessed by a detestable pleasure.
壺を割ってはならぬと言われてき
Been
た。
told not to break vases,
だからこそ
but that's why I
い
want
つ
to
か
break
割っ
them.
てみたいと思って、そして無限の魔法を終え、
BRB
いくら
pizza.
わらわは
BRB pizza.
壺を壊すことがこれほどまでに
I
楽
had
しかっ
pizza
た
for
の
dinner
か
tonight too.
驚いたものだ。
But then I gained the endless magic. When I knew that I could fix them back to normal no matter how badly I broke them, I was surprised at how fun it could be to break a vase.
それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。
And that's what's known as forbidden honey.
人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。
People are not captivated by what's
それを
inside.
封ずる錠前に惹かれるので
They're
す。
captivated by the sealed
実
lock.
に嘆かわしいことです。
Truly regrettable.
ワルギリアに聞きたい。
I want to ask you, Virgilia,
無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ。
why does this endless magic exist?
それは何のためにこの世にあるんだ。
For what purpose does it exist in the world?
無限の魔法に限らず、
It is not limited to the endless
魔法
magic.
はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすた
All
めに
magic
存在
exists
す
to
るの
bring
です。
happiness to the human world. Presses X to doubt whether endless magic has been used by anyone in the history of magic to actually bring happiness to someone.
今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は
After
人の世に
everything
恵
that's
みを
happened,
与
it may be
えるため
difficult for you
に
to believe, Battler, but in order to bring the blessings to the human world. How is it designed to bring happiness, though? If it's just given to one person who can do whatever the fuck they want with it, and the last 3 people who've had it have done nothing of the sort in terms of bringing happiness. Even the person we're talking to who claims that's its purpose. Perhaps it is your failing, Virgilia, for not having used the endless magic to bring happiness to the human world? Just saying if that's the purpose.
人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
In order to bring happiness, we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, which is why we train so hard. Okay.
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ、何度もいじめ殺
That's
す
my
ことで
question. I would
どう
ask
人の世に役立つって
I
んだ。
would not ask that exact question, as that's an implementation. But how does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world? Very good question. Considering that the two endless witches we've seen do exclusively that. So in which way does this help the human world or bring happiness to anyone inside of it? I guess we'll
大
find out.
切な形見の壺が割れてしまったとき、
When a vase that was an important memento is broken.
それを直す
Remember, the only
ことで
time we've seen her do
誰もが
anything for
笑顔を
magic
取り戻
was
すなら
not
ば
actually to make anyone
私は
happy
何度で
except
も
for
魔
the
法を見て
future
直
endless
すで
witch,
しょう。
and it was to make other people miserable in favor of the future endless witch, Beatrice. Virgilia helped Beatrice by restoring a vase, I believe, in the opening acts of this section, and she only did it temporarily so that someone else would take the blame, basically causing unnecessary suffering in equal value to the amount she added, which doesn't bring happiness, especially because she was just doing it for the next endless witch, so that the next endless witch could do whatever they want even more freely. Seems like a strange choice. If by fixing it everyone regains their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary. They blamed a cat, though. They blamed a magical black cat that came in and crushed it, yes. Because I, too, have random black cats that spawn inside of my own house. In any case, the vase is still broken, so she didn't really restore it, but, you know. Let's just assume that I would okay, if I'm living in my house, let me just assume that a magical black cat appeared in my house and knocked over my vase. I don't think anyone would buy that. I don't think anyone would buy that, but assuming that they did, vase is still broken. The only joy you brought is to the endless witch, which is, again, Bringing joy to an endless witch does not help the human world. Who was brought joy by the destruction of the vase? They blamed the cat. Hey, you know what? Let's assume the cat exists. Let's assume that the cat exists and they just couldn't find it, okay? The vase was destroyed. She used her magic. Who in the human world was brought joy by the destruction of the vase? Because Beatrice is an endless witch. Right? May not have been at that point, but realistically now the only thing you're doing is giving a future endless witch, which since time is not a since time, life, and death are not things for endless witches, the endless witch can presumably see the future. So like you're realistically not helping the human world, you're just helping yourself. It seems kind of pointless. The cat destroyed the vase again. No, I'm saying even if the cat destroyed the vase, let's go with that. The cat destroyed the vase. She used her magic to redirect blame from a future endless witch onto a black cat. The vase was still destroyed though, which did not bring joy to anyone in the human world. Unless you assume that the servants were overjoyed at seeing the cat destroy the vase. Right? Because if endless witches don't understand the concepts of like anything ending, okay? If they're incapable of comprehending that, then this one would be incapable of understanding that, like, you would like theoretically be like, okay, this person is once and always a endless witch. In this state, they don't have the power to reverse the magic, but like, they're like an endless, like, if you're helping a future endless witch, then you are not helping someone in the human world because they are an endless witch, and like if they become it, like you have to help someone outside of this circle of endless witches to be helping the human world. So I think her example is kind of weak. I'm hoping they have another one, even one where they like randomly resurrect a flower for someone. Like same with Maria. I'm like half suspecting Maria becomes another endless witch at some point in one of these chapters. I don't really have any good evidence for it, but I assume at some point she becomes a witch at some point. And I'm like thinking, even restoring Maria's flower, if she becomes a witch, does not necessarily mean helping someone outside of the world of witches. Alright. Do your part as many times as necessary.
しかしそれは壊すために直すの
But
で
I
は
would
あり
not
ま
fix it
せ
in
ん。
order to break it
人
again.
に幸福を与え
I'd
る
be
ため
reviving
に
it to give
蘇
humans
らせる
happiness.
のです。
だとしたら
In that case,
ベアト、
Beato,
お前は無限の魔女。
you fail as an endless
失格。
witch? Dude,
今俺は
there's
漠
this thing
然
I've
と
been
思ったこ
vaguely
とは
thinking about.
どうして俺がお前とこんなおかしなゲームを延々と続け
Why
て
do
る
I
のか。
keep playing this strange game against you?
これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない。
Maybe this game isn't about making me
お前
surrender.
が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための
Maybe it's
試
a
験
test
では
for
な
you to
い
be
のか。
accepted as an endless witch in the truest sense.
知らぬわ。
I don't know about that. Interesting thought. The witches only help other witches. Yeah. She says it helps humans, but even the actions of the previous endless witch only helps another witch. And this is an okay argument from Deadlier. This isn't about making me surrender. It's about making you an endless witch in the truest sense. Maybe. That's an okay argument from Deadlier, where he's like, I'm not sure how I'm gonna get anywhere. I'm already dead. So accepting you or not accepting you doesn't really matter. Because you currently haven't brought him joy, so maybe chapter 8 is she doesn't kill everyone. Who knows? I don't know about that.
わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのは、単
The
なる
reason I
暇
proposed
つぶ
this
しだ
game。was simply as a way to kill time.
誰の思惑でもないわ。
For no ulterior motives at work.
俺は今ワルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた。
Just now I heard the definition of a witch from Virgilia.
それによるならばベアト、
By that definition, you,
お前
Beato,
は魔女ですらない。
are not even a witch.
その修行の途中で自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる。
You're an apprentice who's still in training and who misunderstands her own power.
これは魔女と人間の戦いのはず。
This is supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human.
ならば 魔女でないお前に
If you aren't a witch, you
俺
aren't
の相手と
qualified
して
to
の
be
資
my
格はない
opponent. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked, Beto. Like, alright. Well, you aren't really a witch. Based on this definition, you don't bring happiness to anyone, so, I can't prove you exist because you just got defined out of existence accidentally. Oops.
わかるな
Understand?
わらわが
You
ま
say.
だ見習い風情だと
I'm still
申すか。
only an apprentice?
ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦
When will
相
I be
手だと
accepted as your opponent
た
once
だ
again?
いつこのゲームを再開
Can
で
we
きるとい
resume
う
this
のか。
game?
さあな
Who knows? But if you're that bad of a witch and you just got disproven, feels bad.
それ
I
は少
don't know
な
what
く
it
とも
means though if he
今
wins.
じゃない
At the very least, it isn't now.
お前が俺の言った話をちゃんと理解できて本当の魔女になった
When you
時
fully understand what I said and become a real witch,
俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦
I'll
相手
probably
だと
accept
認
you
め
as
る
my
だろう
opponent in
な
this game once more. Turns out the real protagonist was Beatrice all along.
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわか
Can't
らぬ。
understand if you say so. It's so abstractly like that.
どうすればお前の許しを超えるの
What
か
do I do to earn your
は
forgiveness?
っきりと聞かせよ。
いいやこれで十分だ
I've said enough.
あとはお前が考えろ
You think about the rest.
俺が言いたいのは以上だ
That's all I want
理
to
解がで
say.
きないならワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ
If you can't figure it out, try talking with Virgilia and Runaway. Oh my god, he's becoming a video game NPC. Try talking with Virgilia and Runaway. I've said all I want to say. Try talking with Virgilia and Runaway.
お前みたいなガキンチョはまず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから
A
始
brat
めや
like
が
you
れ
should start off by listening to what the adults say.
ワルギリア
Virgilia?
ゲームは一度中断する
Suspend the
ロ
game
ノウ
for
ェが
now.
代行を降りた以上
Now that Runaway has stepped down as
あとはベ
representative,
アトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない
what you can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent.
了解しました。
Understood.
ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまで、ゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させま
Until
す。
Beato has been acknowledged as having earned those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent.
ベアトもそれでよろしいです
Is
ね
that okay with you, Beato? That awkward moment when you, Beatrice, are disqualified from playing your own game that you just invented on the spot because you don't meet the qualifications to be the person who invented the game. Oh, that feels bad. I have no
異様
objections.
はない。わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる
What
場所が欲しい。
In a place where I can think at a leisurely
これ
pace.
にて席を外してもよいか。
I leave my seat for that? What are you, like 12?
ああいいぜ
That's fine.
それでは。
Oh, then see you later. Wasn't expecting Beatrice gets dismissed for not being a witch midway through the series.
待てよそうし
Don't
ょぼ
make
くれ
that
た顔すん
dejected
な
face.
それはすまぬな。
Sorry about
わらわは胸の内がすべて顔に出る勝負。
letting everything in my heart show up on my face is part of my personality.
偽れぬ。
I can't deceive.
ならまだ構成の余地はあるってことだ
And
ぜ
maybe there's still some hope
一
for
つ
you.
だけ約束する
Let me
俺は
promise
お
you one
前との
thing.
ゲームに勝つかもしれないし負け
In
る
this
か
game
も
with
し
you,
れ
I
ない
might win and I might
お前が
lose.
戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ
If you don't come back, though, it'll be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second, and he spoke forcefully.
しかし絶対に俺からは降りない
I definitely won't be the one to step down. No
お
sirree.
前を不戦勝にだけは
And I won't give
絶対にしない
I won't give victory by default. Yes, Battler's classic strategy is indeed to redefine success until he succeeds. It's the classic of finding 4G and 5G, right? 4G had a definition, but telecom companies didn't like the definition because it was hard to acquire, so they redefined 4G and declared that they had achieved 4G.
お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るのを
I'll keep on waiting
俺
here
は
for
ず
you
っ
to
と
sit
ここで待っているぞ
there again as my worthy opponent.
バトラ様
Battler-sama.
ありがとうな。
Thank you.
バトラ
Battler. Battler, stalling out his time in purgatory like an absolute boss. If he's actually in purgatory and this is all just part of his suffering, that would be the most Giga Chad move ever. You're in purgatory and you convince the person who's torturing you that they're unworthy to torture you, and you just serve out your time in silence. Like, yeah, I could have been tortured for like 50 centuries, and instead it was only like 30 because I convinced the person who was torturing me that they were unworthy to torture me, guys. Like, what a big brain move, right? You're just like, yeah, my torturer's not worthy. Convince them they're not worthy. They have to go on their own spiritual quest to figure out if they're worthy to torture you, and then by then you're like, ha, half my time's expired. Get out of here. He's playing the fucking system like a Chad. Alright. I'll definitely come back and be accepted by you. And she's making them feel good about doing it too. That's the best part. He convinced them they need to do that. After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beato vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced her face could tell no lies. Alright, the play continues. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now it was clear those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key. Those had been lost. It was already clear those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house. If there wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived before noon. It's not much of a silver lining. Eva, how do you feel? We need a temperature check. How urgently do murders need to occur? Please try to take it easy. Thank you. I feel like I still have a fever, but this is no time to complain about that. For the children's sake as well. No time to be bedridden. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expressions conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Kraus, Natsuhi, and Eva. I'm assuming to disprove the theory that Eva's the killer, they're probably going to have the killer in the same room as Eva, or like someone aware of like Eva's exact location at some point. It'd be pretty boring to be like the killer is Eva straight off the bat, and then well, actually no. It's been that way in Higurashi, where like early on it's obviously the killer is, and you kind of just wish you weren't right because you're hoping for a twist. So maybe they do just have Eva be the killer here. Whatever. Alright. The children and the guest, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit uses a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor, but it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Battler and George also wanted to remain on the first floor. They could find if the worst happened, but Eva had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family, and it seemed she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Natsuhi could understand that feeling. Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second floor cousin's room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and tried to lend them words of encouragement, but when he realized he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. Happy Shannon. George could remember the temperature and humidity, the warmth and strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken as clearly as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her, and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon, swore to separate himself from the timid person he'd once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere and unable to refuse a request, easily used by those around him. He'd resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Not entirely your fault she's dead, though, George. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushiramiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been an excellent a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? Good question. It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep sadness as though he himself had become empty. It's gotta be a tough one, I can understand that. The feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Battler mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. So he cried. Just like Battler had, he cried himself dry, and by now his eyes were bright red and swollen, so he couldn't cry anymore. George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now. He should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life, and he'd have to get over being separated from his beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she'd surely be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around too. If he died, Shannon had chased after him, throwing away her own life. He wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve. But that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. Happy Shannon. Not brutally murdered Shannon, who has died. What? Has she died on all 3 nights? I'm trying to remember who died second series. Oh, second series she lived for a night, right? She lived for a night. And it was Jessica and Shannon who died quickly, right? Who died as the pair? I remember that. And then she died with George. Yeah, I remember how that went. That was second route. Why is it that when people die, so sad like this? Deadlier muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. Why is it sad when people die? This question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered. Alright, I'm looking. It's always sad when you gotta say goodbye. Goodbyes are always sad, if only for the loss of the potential. When the person's old or there's some time, when you know beforehand that it's coming sooner or later, the sadness gets spread out over a longer period of time. When misfortune comes suddenly, it's sad because you didn't even get that time. Yeah, I think it's still the same amount of sadness overall, though. It's always sad, even when you know it's coming.
なるほどな。
I see. I see.
そりゃ、病気にでもかかって、何年も昏睡状態になってりゃ、少しずつ心の整理もついてくだろうけど。
So they get sick or something and end up bedridden in a hospital, you might be able to ready yourself for it a little bit.
ある日突然じゃ。その
When it
暇も
suddenly
ねえもん
happens,
な。
you don't get that luxury. It's just
本来なら数年をかけて薄めるべき悲しみが一度に
sadness
押し
that's
寄せ
spread
る。
out over several years closes in on you all at once.
そりゃ辛い
It's rough.
時には人の生涯に傷を残すほど深い悲しみを
Sometimes
与
it
える
makes
こ
you
と
feel
も
a
あるか
sadness
もし
so
れない。
deep it can leave scars for life. Alright, Jessica. That's fine.
生涯に傷を残すほど。
Scars for life.
じいさまのオカルト趣味もさ、
Like grandfather's occult
そ
hobby.
うささやかれてたんだよな。
People say that's what caused
例
it.
のベアトリーチェって愛人を大昔に亡くして、それが悲しくて悲しくて立ち直れなくて。
Beatrice, his mistress, died a long time ago and he was so sad he couldn't pull himself together.
死者を蘇らせるためのオカルトをささやかれてた。
This is why he sacrificed the rest of his life to occult research in order to revive the dead.
だとしたら、じいさまは最後の土壇場で、その奇跡を成し遂げたな。
Well, if that's true, he succeeded in that miracle in his final moments.
犯人は蘇ったベアトリーチェで、じいさまは殺される瞬間に再会
The
できたって
culprit
こ
is
と
the
になる
revived
ぞ。
Beatrice, and grandfather was reunited with her the moment he was killed.
自分で蘇らせて、そ
Ironic
れ
he
に殺され
revived
ると
her
は
and
皮
got
肉
killed
な
by her.
話さ。
それでもおじいさまは会えたんだろうね。
And so he probably managed to beat
人生
her.
の半分を落としてもう一度会いたいと願った女性に
He gambled half his life, and even though it was only a
わ
short
ずかな
time,
ひとときとはいえ
he was reunited with the woman
再
he
会
wished
で
to
き
see
たんだ
again.
ろうね。
丸焼きにされちまったけどな。
And then he got totally roasted, though.
人生の半分をかけた研究
Feels
にし
like
て
the
は、
result doesn't add up to the cost of
ちょいと
researching
割
for
の合
half
わ
his
ない
life.
成果だろうぜ。
そんなことはたとえほんのひとときであったとしても
Even if it's only for an
愛した
instant,
女性に再会できたおじいさまは幸せだったはずさ。
grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved.
仮に生命の摂理に逆らった罪を神に咎められて
That would be true, even if his crime of going against divine providence was punished by God.
その身を焼かれ
His body
地
burned
獄に
and
落と
sent
され
to
たとして
hell.
もその見返りの再会が
Even if that reunion only
ほんのわ
lasted
ず
a
かな
short
時
time,
間だっ
right?
たとしてもね。
Actually, we haven't checked something. Alright, the latest round of deaths. Died in the hall of the mansion, forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Apparently they gotta be finished off with stakes from here on out. Gross. Died in the hall of the mansion, stomach pierced by a stake-like weapon. The stomach isn't a particularly lethal spot. Isn't it enough to just kill her in some other easier way and stick a stake in her corpse? Died in the hall of the mansion, his chest pierced by a stake-shaped weapon. It was careless of me, didn't think you were still alive. R.I.P. Oh, interesting, they made it really obvious. Died in the rose garden, medulla oblongata, pierced by the spear-shaped part of the fence. If Maria's death hadn't been a clear homicide, it may have been possible to suspect an accidental death in Rose's case. This one was the human sacrifice for the birth of the new witch. Interesting that, like, half her face is grayed out. Like, you'll notice none of the bodies are, like, messed up, but then half of her face is grayed out in this, and Maria's entire head is grayed out. Her corpse was found in the rose garden. The cause of her death was strangulation, probably by bare hands. Circumstantial evidence makes it reasonable to assume she was killed after Rosa. Then her blood became the red ink for the witch's oath. Interesting.
George 兄さん。
George Nisa?
神の怒りに触れてこの身を焼かれようとも
I
構わな
wouldn't
い。
care if I met with the wrath of God and had my body
わ
burned.
ずかな時間でもいいから
Even if it was for a short moment of
シャノ
time.
ンを再び
I
蘇
could
ら
revive
せてくれる
Shannon
な。
again.
僕は残りの人生すべてをおじい様と同じ研究に
I'd
捧げるよ。
sacrifice my life to the same research as grandfather. Well, that's risky because you now believe that his research was effective. Oh, you did probably the worst way possible, but you know it was effective. Hopefully.
5分でいいから
I want to talk with Shannon
シャ
again.
ノンともう一度言葉を
Even
交
if
わし
it's
たい。
only for 5 minutes. And Shannon is at least not renowned as an evil, murderous witch that hates you.
1分でもいいから
Even 1 minute would be
そ
fun.
れと引き換えに全ての人生を捧げても
I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of
僕
my
は
life.
構わない。
He's very serious about that. When Battler and Jessica realized their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do little more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood, and on the last day of his life he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd been given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, the small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult, magic, or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I'll strongly believe it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, I'll probably throw away all my studies up until today. Spending the rest of my life from today onwards studying magic. Give me the power of magic. And give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again.
ごめんよみんな。
Sorry, you two.
僕もどうかし
What
て
am I
る。
talking about?
魔法で死者が蘇るくらいだったら
If you could revive the dead with
世界中
magic,
の人々が魔法を学ぶだ
people
ろう
would
ね。
be researching it all over the
でも
world.
現実にはそんなことはな
But
い。
things like that don't exist in reality.
誰も学ばない。
No one researches
死
it
者が魔法では蘇らないって
because they know the
知
dead
っている
can't
から
be revived with magic.
ごめんよ。
Sorry,
妙
for
なこ
saying
とを言い
something
出
so
して
weird.
僕のせいでおかしな空気になっちゃったね。
It's my fault. The atmosphere here has gotten so strange.
みんなだって辛いだろうね。
Sorry for making you tiptoe around me,
気
even
を
though it's
使わ
tough
せ
for us
て
all.
ごめん。
Even if I did allow it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But it doesn't mean I can bear the silence. Alright. Try to say something else. It'll be awkward,
僕
but
は
it gets
下に行ってもう一杯コーヒーをもらってくる。
Let me go downstairs and get another cup of coffee.
うちの母さん、コーヒーの入れ方にはこだわりがあ
Mom's
るんだよ。
particular about how she likes hers. Ah, you're traveling. You were traveling? Oh, that's cool. I hope you were traveling somewhere fun. And not for work, but I mean, it is a weekday.
みんなもおかわりはいるかい？
Anyone else want a refill? Battler-kun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them further, I took my mug and left the room. Good excuse to go for a walk. Drink refill. Bathroom. Face washing. The classics. The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was dim. I tried visiting Nanjo's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seemed my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Shannon. No good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, the image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly. Poor Shannon. It's saddening that I never got the chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they'd said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night we were both on the edge of losing it, and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement courageously, but she might have regretted that as a last action, or a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she still has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what'll happen to her body. After the autopsy, it'll probably be immediately cremated. But I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity.
僕はシャノンを失ったショックで
The shock of losing
少
Shannon
しおかしくなってるのかな。
made me a little crazy? I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in the Western tradition because on the day of resurrection there'd be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment. Their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is no more than a sleep until resurrection. It's essential that the corpse is left after death.
つまりそれは
In other words,
西洋人は
that's because
死者が蘇る奇跡の存在を
Western people
知っていたからなんだ。
knew of a miracle that could revive the dead.
でも日本にはその奇跡がなかったから
But because it doesn't exist in Japan, we burn them. Now I understand. My grandfather idolized the Western occult. Way to speak for all Western people. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, we don't want criminals in the zombie apocalypse. True, true. I mean, what's worse? What's worse than a zombie? A very violent, murderous zombie. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him, grandfather spent the rest of his life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us is now abnormal. Grandfather revived his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice carried out a terrible serial murder with linked closed rooms that forced us to conclude magic was used. Or suicide. The Golden Witch Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult. And also the culprit who killed Shannon. She is an entity I should hate, and yet for some reason I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles which grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Yashiromiya family, grandfather met her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all my remaining life. I mean, if you go meet the witch, she has to kill you because she needs people for her sacrifices. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. Battler told her she didn't know the value of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion. That's your wish, she said. If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? Beato looked at the palms of both hands. She handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of Endless. Which, of course, her current power made her still worthy of being called a witch, but it couldn't begin to compare with her previous strength.
無限の魔法などなくとも、わらわは千年に名を轟かす大魔女であるぞ。
Even without the endless magic, I'm a great witch whose name has been thundered for 1,000 years.
死者を蘇らすなど、
Reviving the dead's no trouble at all. Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should have been easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, and then did so again, over and over. And in the end, she thought of a single spell, but it was a spell she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato looked down on that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative, but in the end she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. And then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly to his heart.
Ushiromiya George.
Ushiromiya George. Can you hear my voice?
聞こえるとも。
I can hear
あ
you.
なたは誰だい
Who are you?
本当に魔女のベアトリーチェ
Are you really the witch, Beatrice?
それとも僕の悲しみが生んだ幻想なの
created
か
by my sorrow.
もしも前者だったなら僕の願いを聞いてほしい
If it's the former, please hear my
そ
wish.
して後者なら
And if it's the latter, leave me
僕を
alone.
そっとしておいてほしい
Our conversation in a mental world is a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was quite like that. Even a witch appeared and started talking to George, but it didn't surprise him. Indeed. I am the golden witch, Beatrice. Normally you and I would not be able to talk together in this manner. However, you are strongly conscious of me and want to have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this.
シャノンを殺したのが
I don't care if the person who killed Shannon was you,
あ
or
なたを
someone
名乗
else
る
using
何
your
者かの
name.
ただあなたが本当の魔女として存在しているなら
As
ば
long as you exist as a real witch,
どんな対価にも応じる
I'll pay whatever cost you
僕の
ask
命
for.
を望むなら今
If
す
you
ぐ
want
に
my
捧げてもいい
life, take it right now.
どうかシャノンを生き返らせてほしい
Please bring Shannon back to
そ
life.
れが無理ならせめてわずかの
If
間
it's impossible, I'd be satisfied if you just
話を
let
さ
me
せて
talk
くれ
to
る
her
だけ
for a
でも
short
いい
while.
お願いだ
Please. I ask for nothing in return. I'll grant the wish.
本当に
Really?
本当にシャノンを
Really? Revive her? Indeed. However, my current power is not sufficient to use the magic of resurrection. Therefore, I must rely on your help. The classic, do whatever the witch says to grant your wish. That's never gone poorly, by the way. Never in the history of magic has that ever gone poorly.
僕にできることならどんなこ
If
と
there's
でも
anything, I'll do it.
それが僕の心臓を今す
Even
ぐ
if
この
you
場で
take
取り
my
出す
heart
こと
out
であ
here
った
now,
と
I
しても
won't hesitate.
僕は躊
I told you I don't need anything like that. I'll chant the magic. A gap will open in the door to the land of the dead. If I wanted you to revive my imaginary friend, what would you do? I'd tell you to meditate a bare minimum of 2 hours a day on the personality and the form and personality of your imaginary friend until they were once again reborn. Look at that. I already got an answer for you. Now tell that to George. Is Shannon his imaginary friend? Beatrice might be, though. As I am now, I don't have the power to bring Shannon's soul through the gap. You have strong feelings for Shannon, though. He might be projecting some of his feelings, but I have the feeling Shannon was to some degree real. Those feelings will surely become magic that can bring her soul out without fail. What do you say? Will you help me?
手伝うともシャノンの命が蘇るなら
If Shannon's life will be
僕は
restored,
何を失うことも
there's
恐れない
nothing I'm afraid to lose. You're probably gonna give him. George's fists shook in silence. Then he slowly came to his senses. He'd been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall the whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there. But isn't a dream? Quiet. I'm fragile now. If anyone else appears, I may not be able to preserve this for him. I grant your wish to be quiet for now. Understand? George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times, and in that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. He frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear, it wasn't a dream. Let's go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. Oh yeah, that seems safe. We go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. We get brutally murdered by Beatrice. Shannon gets revived, gets murdered by Beatrice a second time. Feels bad, man. That the power of your feelings will bring back her soul.
行くってどうやって
Say go, but
下に
how?
は母さんたちがいる
My mother and the rest are
表へ
downstairs.
出るのを許してくれるわ
There's
け
no
が
way
ない
they'd let us go outside.
それにあなたはさっき他の人間が現れたら姿を保てないと言わなかったかい
Form if another human appeared?
そういえばそうだったな。
Oh, that's true.
下にはクラウスたちがおったか。
So Kraus and the rest are
それ
downstairs.
では確かに下へ降りられぬな。
In that case, we definitely can't go down.
ならば、1階へ降りずに屋敷へ行けばいい
Well,
で
then
は
we
ない
just need to go to the
か。
mansion without going to the first floor, right? Easy.
簡単な話よ。
Beato laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed, and when she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe, opening the lock on the window as though melting it. And then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was the same. The clasp unset itself without making a sound, and it quietly opened. And the deafening sounds of a typhoon and the wind pour into it. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind didn't blow inside. And because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real. And then he jumps out and falls to his death. Actually, only 2 floors, he'll be fine. Only 1 floor,
さあ
he'll
行
be
く
fine.
ぞ。
Come on,
つ
let's
いて
go.
まいれ。
With me. Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. Nice and easy, right? It made it easy to believe if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky as though you were swimming through the water. George did believe that. Without thinking, just as she had done so, he also gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet.
ほう、やるではないか。わらわが説明するよりも早く
You learned
空
how
を
to
舞
dance
う
in the
こと
sky
を覚
faster
えた
than
か
I could explain it. George was so shocked to find himself floating in the air like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked. George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do so just by instinct.
空が
Be able
飛
to
べるなんて
fly in the sky.
泳げるなんて
Swim in the air.
理屈を考えてはならぬ。
You shouldn't be bound by
それ
reason.
が自然なことであると受け入れ
Accepted
る。
as a natural thing.
ニュートンとかアインシュタインとか人間たちの競技を思い出してはならぬぞ。
You mustn't fall back to your human doctrines, such as those of Newton and Einstein,
特に
especially
高
when
き空を
flying
飛
high
ん
in
で
the
いる
sky.
時を墜落する未熟な魔女も時におい
Inexperienced witches sometimes plummet to earth. We haven't seen any inexperienced witches fuck up, though. They seem to be doing pretty well for themselves. Surpassing their masters on the spot.
あるがままを
A second from
受け入れる
the minute they're born. I accept things for what they appear to
あ
be.
るがままを
I accept things for what they
受け
appear to
入
be.
れる
You accept things for what they appear to be, making magic stronger, meaning your anti-magic capabilities are weak, and the evil Beatrice can kill you pretty easily. That's pretty risky. George repeated those words over and over. You must not deny magic no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit.
わらわが初めて空を舞った時よりは上出来で
I
あ
must
る
say, you're
と
doing
褒め
better
て
than when I first danced through the sky.
行くぞ。
Here we go.
ついてまいれ。
With me. When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream. Like, say, a Peter Pan?
空を飛べるのはすごいけどすごい風と雨だ
Being able to fly is incredible, but so is the wind and rain.
なんだ。 雨と風に苛まれ
Do
る
the
の
wind and rain torment you?
それを防ぐ魔法を教えてもよいが
I can teach you magic to block
今
against
の
them.
そなたには早いし
It might be
今はそれを
too
習
early
う
for
時
you,
間を
and it
割
may
く
be a
のも
misuse
惜し
of
かる
time right now.
ええ。僕が必要としている魔法は
The magic I
そ
need
れ
is
じゃない。
George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him.
見えてきたぞ
The
屋
mansion's
敷だ
coming into sight.
もう少し頑張れよ
Hold out a bit longer. And don't go in by the main entrance. Go in by, say, the window. That seems like a safe bet considering where her body was.
今落ちればバラの茂みだぞ
If you fall now, you hit the bushes in the rose garden. The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. The illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes.
シャロン、待ってて。
Shannon,
必ず君を蘇らせてみせる。
I'll definitely revive you. At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location.
あと残すは第7第8の番だけね。
Now all that's left are the 7th and
あ
8th
と2
twilights.
人で先代のババアの義理はおしまいだわ。
Two more and my obligation to that old hag predecessor is finished.
クラウスと夏日を殺す。
Kill Kraus and
夫
Natsu.
婦仲良くね。
Let them die together like the good old couple they are.
にひ標的はどうかに
What's the target in you?
ゲストハウス1階ロビーにて標的2名と後ろ宮エヴァを捕捉
Lobby on the first floor of the guest house. Two targets, Ushiromiya Eva
反魔法
identified.
力測定
Two targets and Ushiromiya Eva identified and measuring anti-magic power levels.
410データリンク
Data link to 410.
410データ受領
410 data
反
received.
魔法力は極めて小
Anti-magic power levels
エ
are
ヴァさえ
extremely
席
low.
を外せばまな板の上のマグロにアワビです
If Eva goes just outside, there are tuna and abalone on a chopping board.
いかがしますか大ベアトリーチェ卿
What do you think, Great
ご命
Lady
令をいただ
Beatrice?
ければすぐにも狙撃いたします
You give the order, we'll snipe
ど
her.
うかご命令を
These your orders?
ほんとにあんたたちは便利な家具ね。
You guys really are convenient furniture.
死体を恥じるしか能のない中古家具どもとは大違いだわ。
Not at all like the old second-hand furniture that's only useful for couching corpses. Ah, we have bios for Siesta 410. Do we have bios for anyone else? For the other one? Ah, here's 45. Alright. A weapon in contract with Beatrice. 45 has a methodical, timid personality, as well as a fairly strong persecution complex. Thanks to that, she's well suited to shoring up the weakness of 410's rough personality when they work as a pair. She can't stand silence, so she'll often become emotionally insecure if she isn't being ordered around by someone constantly. She excels in search and decision-making capabilities. The support she provides doubles the combative force of all sisters. Of the sisters. Alright, and she's got the one winged eagle tattoo on her right thigh, it looks like. Same as this one does. Chiester 410, a weapon in contract with Beatrice. 410 is a kid with strong personality whose peculiar style of speech tends to make light of people. She likes laughing at people who are serious or can't relax, which is why she's fond of 45 and Lucifer. Her choice of words may be coarse, but she loves company and gets lonely easily. She gets depressed if there isn't someone talking to her constantly. She's particularly skilled when it comes to fire and control and can wield unparalleled combative force, even in close-range fighting. What more questions do I have? I'm mostly curious about what's going to happen in the 4th arc, actually. I'm curious if this new witch Beatrice is going to step into the metagame board and continue to interact, or if she'll show up again in the next arc, or if she's gone for good. That's what I'm most curious about right now. It seems like the arc in the metaverse is changing from Battler and Beatrice's conflict to more of Beatrice trying to become worthy of being a witch maybe. We'll see how long that lasts, if it's a short detour or if it becomes a major theme. I don't really have too many major questions right now, though. Alright, Eva Beatrice.
ねえ。シエスタ姉妹、またあなたたちの手際を見せてちょうだい。
Show me your skill on
攻撃準備よ。
Prepare to fight.
死体はまた運び出してね。
Carry out the corpses again. You got it?
プリ遊んであげるんだから。
Guess I'll play with them a lot.
文句はなしよ、ロノウェイ。
No complaints from you, right, Ronobe?
はい。
Correct.
かしこまりました。
As you command. At that moment, the witch noticed something. It was as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination?
今、何か気配を感じなかった？
That's someone's presence.
誰か感じた人いる？
Did anyone feel it?
申し訳ありません。私は何も気づきませんでした。お許しを。
Oh, I just haven't noticed anything. Please forgive me.
私たちゲストハウスを観測中でしたから周辺監視はオフにしてます。にひ。
We were in the middle of observing the guest house. Our peripheral surveillance was set to off.
ルシファーちゃんは
You, Lucifer
何
Chan.
か気配感じた？
Feel any presence? For an instant, Lucifer glanced at Runaway, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Runaway gave a small nod in response.
いいえ、申し訳ございません、ベアトリーチェ
My
様。
apologies, Beatrice
私
sama.
たちは何も。
We didn't see anything.
中古家具ゆえ、愚鈍なことをお許しください。
Forgive us the stupidity. Forgive the stupidity of us second-hand furniture.
そう。
I see.
大悪魔のあなたがそう言うなら、きっと私の気のせいなんでしょう
If a
ね。
great demon like you says it, it must have been my imagination. The witch persistently stared in the direction the presence had disappeared to. And that was where the rose garden lay, and beyond that she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside, and once again faced the guest house. Alright. Time is not changing. So we're going to a perspective shift. Alright, whose perspective? Krause's? Or are we getting George's? The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The strings of tension binding Kraus, Natsuhi, and Eva had already loosened, and they were completely worn out with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while they would stand up and walk around pointlessly as though fighting their drowsiness.
大丈夫ですか、エヴァさん。
Are you okay, Eva?
やはり無理をせず休んでいてください。
Take it easy and rest.
大丈夫だって言ってるわ。
Told you, I'm fine. It's still funny, Runaway has Gaetia's VA.
もう大人は私たち3人しかいないのよ。
Three of us are now the only adults.
休んでる暇なんかない
No
わ
time to rest.
石にかじりついてでもここを死守するわよ。
No matter the cost, we must guard this place until the end. She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed as though the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a short time, had returned. It was obvious that Ava's health was not good.
無理はするな。
Take it easy.
せめて目を閉じていたまえ。
At least close your
も
eyes.
し起こさねばならぬときは必ず起こしてやるから。
Something happens. You need to be awake for. We'll definitely wake you.
だから平気だって言ってる
I'm
わ。
telling you,
放っておいて。
Those darned demon god pillars. All 72 of them. Leave me alone. It seemed she was already unwilling to budge. Kraus and Natsuhi realized even if they talked to her any more than she was when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. So without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Ava right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Ava was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps she shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off her sleepiness. That's not a bad idea, even if it's annoying. The clock would be pointing at 6 in the afternoon very soon. She'd had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness so she didn't feel hungry. But now her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat came at precisely 9 a.m. tomorrow, they still had more than 12 full hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. It's a lot of work too. Though Ava's gotten some sleep, she's sick, so it's kind of neutral. Long, painful, hot. Even the sound of the clock torments my body now. What are you, Hook? In times like this, when the person puts his hand on my forehead, the fear fades once more, but that person no longer exists. As Ava's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She'd already cried herself dry, and even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted. I was wrong.
どうして？
What do you mean? The new witch and Ava were fundamentally the same being. If Ava talked to her, she would always respond.
後宮家の当主の座さえ得られれば、それで満足のはずだった。
I thought if I could gain the position of the family, that alone would be enough.
それが、あの黄金の山を見た途端に欲が増えたの。あの黄金の山を独り占めしたい気持ちに駆られた。
それは恥じることでもなんでもないわ。
And look, she can say hi to Beatrice. They're the same person.
だって後宮家の当主として当然の権利じゃない。
Girl, it's your natural right as a Shiromiya family.
他の誰にも黄金の一かけらだって譲るものかってのよ。
You give up even a bit of it to anyone else.
私がその誘惑にとらわれたから。
I was gripped by that temptation, which is why you were born.
あなたは私の少女時代のここ自分勝手でしかない。私のよこしまな心でもあった。そのあなたがあの黄金の山によって芽生えた私の愚かな欲望のせいで、私の胸という卵の殻を破り、この世に生まれ出てしまった。あなたを産んだのは私の責任。
なら、私が殺したローザとマリアも。そしてルドルフとキリエと秀吉もあなたの責任ってことになるわ。
どうしてうちの人まで殺したの？どうして
秀吉を殺す気はなかったわ。だってうるさくてしつこかったんだもの。その意味では私たちの、いえ、あなたの責任ね。あんなのを旦那に選んだあなたの責任だわ。
あなた
みたいな子供にあの人の良さはわからないわよ。
A child like you can't understand what made that man so wonderful.
あなた。
Oh dear.
何よ。私たちは魔法で夢を叶えたのよ。自分の謎を解いたわ。そして黄金を見つけ、当主の指輪を手にしたわ。すべての夢を叶えきったわ。それがなんで不満なの？
それだけがすべての夢なんかじゃないわ。あの人と素敵な人生を歩んで、ジョージに素晴らしい人生を託す。
But living a wonderful life for that person and giving George an excellent life.
妻として、母として。
I still have many dreams that haven't come true as a wife and mother.
私にはまだ叶えなければならない夢がたくさんあるのよ。
To be fair, Hideyoshi did take the Ishirimiya family name. Yes? What about that though?
それなのに。
それなのに。それはあなたが大人になってから勝手に増やした夢だわ。
Just extra dreams you added after becoming an adult.
私たちの夢じゃない。
They're not my dreams.
だからあなたは子供なのよ。
Because you're a child.
自分さえ良ければいいの？
You only care about what's best for yourself.
そうよ。すべて私が悪いの。あの時、ローザの言うことにどうして私は反抗したの
？Why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to?
どうして兄弟みんなに黄金を見つけたと発表できなかったの？
Couldn't I announce to all the siblings I found the gold?
すべて私が醜いから。
So hideous.
黄金を独り占めしたくて芽生えさせたよこしまな心があなたを孵化させてしまった。
My evil heart, which spread from my desire to have all that gold for myself, caused you to hatch.
ひどい嫌われようだわ。
Sounds like you kinda hate me.
私たちは二人で 後ろ宮エヴァなのに。
Eva, though. No, that isn't true anymore.
そしてそれはあなたが言ったのよ。私は後ろ宮エヴァ。
I'm Ashiromia
そして
Eva.
あなたは黄金の魔女ベアトリー
And
チ
you're the golden witch
だから
Beatrice.
もう消えて。
Just
魔女なん
disappear.
ておとぎ話の中にしか存在できない妄想よ、幻想よ。
Witches are imaginary illusions that only exist in
あ
fairy
なたなん
tales.
か消えてしまえ。
Things like you should disappear.
二度と私の前に現れないで。
Never exist in front of me again.
ああ、そう。
You're
わ
right.
かったわ。あなたの前から消えてあげるわ。
I'll disappear from in front of you.
そして私はもう後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。
No longer Ashiromia
これか
Eva.
らは黄金の魔
From now
女
on,
ベアト
I'm
リ
the
ー
golden
チ
witch
よ。
Beatrice.
もう好き勝手に遊んでやるんだから。
I can play however I want.
あんたなんて知らないわ。
I don't even care about you.
ヘスでもかんで勝手に死んじゃえ
If only you just give up and die. Alright. After having a childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Ava vanished. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness, and she questioned herself. Me?
私が
I killed them?
彼らを
Again and again and again, too. You didn't just kill them once, if we're talking the magical layer. You revived and killed them repeatedly. Because that's the kind of person you are. Poor Rosa gets bullied by everyone and can't even die without being bullied. Poor Rosa gets bullied her whole life, then gets murdered by her sister, and then resurrected and murdered repeatedly. Can't even escape her bullying with death.
あの人
Did I kill that person? Yeah.
殺してしまったの。
I wonder if Ava just went insane. Is that the explanation realistically? She went insane and has like multiple personality disorder or some shit?
私が
Did I kill him?
殺してしまったの。
Did I read the death screens for the latest group? I have. The latest group, it just says they were dead. Basically just says they were pierced by the stakes. Nothing interesting there. The most curious thing about the deaths in this route so far has been that Rosa and Ishirami Amaria have parts of their bodies completely obscured with gray, rather than simply the locations of their injuries. Right? Everyone else typically has like blood splatters where their injuries took place, obscuring their face. But unlike everyone else, they have grayed out spots where their body could have been injured, despite the fact they only took 2 simple injuries after being resurrected. She can no longer answer the question herself. And I've even done the bio panels for the 2 new summons. Ava starts coughing. It seemed that half asleep, she got some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. She suddenly started coughing.
大丈夫か、エヴァ。
Are you okay, Ava?
夏希、水を頼む。
Nazi, some water.
はい。
Yes.
大丈夫だってば。
Fine. Okay.
ちょっとむせちゃっただけなんだ。
Ava pushed away Nazi's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet.
顔を洗ってくるわ。
I'm gonna go wash my face.
ごめんなさいね。寝ちゃってたわ。
Sorry, I fell asleep.
戻ってきたらまたコーヒーを入れる
When
わ
I
ね。
get back, I'll make some coffee.
特に濃い。明日の朝
Extra
ま
strong.
で眠気が来なく
So I
なる
don't
ような
get
やつ。
drowsy until tomorrow morning. Coffee does not last 14 hours. Good luck, Ava. Please
ゴーダ
do.
の入れるコーヒーより、お前が入れるコーヒーの方が私の好みに合うから
Coffee is
な。
more to my taste than what Goda makes.
お世辞でも嬉しいわ。
Glad to hear it, even if it's flattery.
すぐ戻るわ。
Be back soon. Ava exited the lobby, heading for the bathroom. Kraus and Natsuhi watched over her frail back.
あなたもあれだけ犬猿の中だったエヴァさんに気を使うこともあるのですね。
So you sometimes do show concern for Ava, even though you've always been at odds with her.
本来兄とはこういうものではないのか。
This is how an older brother is supposed to be.
ええ、それで正しいと思い
I
ます。
believe you're right.
エヴァに限らん。
It isn't just
ルド
Eva.
ルフにもローザ
There's Rudolph and Rosa too.
私がした兄らしいことといえば、それを王兵に語り、
Oh
彼
no.
らをいじめ
Oh
た
no.
だけだ。
You know, they were already targeted for dying, but oh my god, Kraus suddenly goes into a "if only I'd been a better person" speech. You know the death flags are already up, but you know, he's like, "Damn, dude, Ava just left the room. I gotta raise the standards. Gotta spend my last action making myself look more like less of an asshole. Sorry. Like less of an asshole, but raising the death flag banner as high as it gets." It isn't just Ava, there's Rudolph and Rosa too. Instead of acting like an older brother, all I did was speak arrogantly and bully them.
父のようになりたくて、私なりに必死だった。
But he's like holding 2 flags in his hands and he's like, "It's not enough," and just like shoves another one down his pants. They can really see those flags. He's just like holding the flag up by with his ass cheeks or some shit. He needs purest semblance to collect all the death flags. In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be like father.
いつもそれは及ばず、
But I could never
その
match up.
は
I
け口
always
を彼
vented
ら
my
に
feelings
しか
on
し
them. That's no
エヴァ
excuse.
にもまだ傷が癒えぬほどに深い心の
I
傷を
probably
負
gave
わせ
Ava
てしまっ
scars
た。
so deep they still haven't
悔い
healed.
ているが、
I regret it, but
今
even
更それ
if
を詫びたところで、
I apologize after all this
その
time,
傷が癒えるわけもない。
it does nothing to heal those wounds.
あなたがその気持ちを今だけでなく持ち続けることで、
If you hold on to that feeling instead of only letting it last
そ
the
の気
moment,
持ちはきっと
I'm sure your
他
feelings
の
will
兄
come
弟
to
たちにも
siblings
伝
will
わ
come to
り
see
ま
it
すよ。
sooner or later.
今となっては、他の兄弟もエヴァを残すのみだ
Ava is
ね。
the only sibling I have left.
もし
It took him losing 2 siblings to realize
あ
he
な
was
た
an
のご兄弟
asshole.
が生まれた家が
How many of the people you've been an
後ろにやけでさえなか
asshole
ったら
to need to die before you realize you're an asshole? If only you and your siblings hadn't been born into the Ishiromiya family,
もっともっと普通な
you might have had a more
楽
normal,
しい
more
兄弟の
sibling
関係であったでしょ
relationship.
うに。
それを言ってはならん。
Don't say
エヴァは生涯、私を憎み続けるだろ
Ava will continue to hate me her whole
う。
life.
そしてその資格が
And she has a right to.
私はそれを甘んじて受け止めるつもり
I
だ。
intend to resign myself to that fact and accept it.
あなた、
エヴァ、
Ava,
すま
sorry.
ん。もちろん許さ
Of
なく
course
てい
you
い。
don't have to forgive me.
もちろん許さないわ。何を今さら。
Why, of course I won't forgive you. What are you talking about after all this time?
悪いと思ったなら、今すぐへそでも噛んで死んじゃえ
Oh,
ば。
so you're feeling guilty? If only you'd just give up and die right now.
やっちゃえ、シエスタ姉妹。
Do it, Chiester Sisters. Bing, 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 bing. Accuracy 97 point something percent. I saw that.
射撃許可治療。
Fine.
射撃曲線再確認。飛行誤差修正。
Confirming firing, correcting for weather discrepancy.
410データリンク。
Like, data to 410.
410データ受領。射撃許可確認。
It was not a 100% accuracy. Time to see Kraus pull a Batman. You gotta dodge you gotta dodge the Omega beams. Come on, man.
にひひひひ。射撃。
Together, the sisters released the magical bowstring they'd readied. A beautiful trail sailed behind the gold arrow, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. It flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without a problem. The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was at the door to the lobby. When it flew into the keyhole, Kraus and Natsuhi were already... For an instant, Kraus thought he saw a gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole in the door, but at the same time as he strained his eyes to see what it was, the sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around his neck. Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Kraus's neck. And while that snake choked Kraus, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsuhi's neck. Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and collapsed.
45命中および死亡確認
45 hit and kill
牽引曲線形成補正点修正
formulating towing curve revising capsule
410データリンク
hit a link to 410
410データ受領
data confirmed
死体牽引開始
initiating corpse towing
2匹も釣れたに
we got both of them. Yeah. The gold snake began dragging their bodies back. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies gradually increasing in speed. They were choked, there wouldn't be any blood, right? They rapidly pulled them outside the guest house. The lobby was silent as though nothing had happened. As though Kraus and Nazi had not been there since the beginning, only the sound of the wind and rain remained, as if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there.
ごめんなさい。もう大丈夫よ。
Sorry, I'm fine
今
now.
コーヒーを入れるわね。
Go make some coffee. Ava returned from the bathroom, but no one was in the lobby. Even though they'd supposedly been in that sofa until the moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom, they were gone as if they'd been an illusion from the very beginning.
不用心ね。
How careless of
二人
them.
揃ってどこに行っちゃったの？
They go off together. Ava put her hand on the sofa as though acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt the warmth that meant they were sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something? The time being, she sat down and waited for their return. Rip them. Beato and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion, about to perform a resurrection ceremony. Are we, Beato and George? That could be kind of cool, but it's also getting kind of late. Ah, what the hell, we can do this scene. Come on, let's go. One more scene. George was kneeling near Shannon's body, as though praying. His face was serious and there was even sweat on his forehead. However, Beato was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing. Don't talk to her. Don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart and seek her with the hand of your heart. Only strong feelings can make my magic reach Shannon's lost soul. George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beato turned that strong force into magical power that supplemented her own magic. It was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help, but now, if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed. Forgotten for several centuries. Was magic? Was resurrection? Oh, is this hard? Beato was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was her previous magical power, which could be used over and over with the snap of her fingers, so the heavy burden on her body and mind was fundamentally speaking extremely natural. However, this man's power. The name of my NA account, Fantasy Kaleidoscope. Oh, that's fantasizing about kaleidoscopes. Even though he doesn't know magic, it's nothing to be laughed at. It truly is Kinzo's grandchild. The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as magical power. First, Beato thought that must be the blood of Kinzo the sorcerer, however, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling Battler already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way he tried his hardest through his life, from the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the size of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously, even though they only have a single one? It was only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represents death, she thought all you had to do was flip it to make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans, in a world without magic where they cannot return things to their original form, it's very natural for them to bet their life and soul. Though is an endless witch, who can do as she pleases even with life and death. Inferior to a limited human who can't surpass the mountain of death? This time the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in witches who didn't understand the value of life. Why does this thing called the Endless exist? Even though I called myself the Endless Witch, why did I forget what the Endless magic means for 1,000 years? He looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, even if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he probably would continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. And for the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instant, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. The vase was beautiful, rich with history and value. Young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty, but that just made me want to touch it. The vase easily fell and smashed into pieces like a bubble that popped. It felt as though the time it possessed a form had just been an illusion. And lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I realized my foolish curiosity led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return back to its original form, and a lost life would not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened of that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless. They stole away a life that could never be revived again. And then I pitied that lost life and cried. Is George mana transferring with Shannon's corpse? No, he's mana transferring with Beatrice. I was more frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure Grandfather will also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all the people who love Grandfather and see him like that will cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible it was. Beatrice appeared and spoke. Then Milady survived the vase with magic. If that makes everyone happy, the vase, the magic, and the spirits will happily lend you their power, returning it to its original form. Come on, milady. Close your eyes and chant with me. We're going back to that scene. Just for a brief minute, we're going back to the vase scene. Come. Try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Show me that form one more time. Words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed the same forceful knock, however doing it that way was horribly violent, and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead, but this time was different. It was very forceful yet gentle and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the others. There was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of the voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then, they found it. They found the casket which Shannon was peacefully sleeping in. It truly was her soul sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket, covered with rose flowers, frozen with frost, she slept in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up, and while at a glance it looked like a funeral march, it had the complete opposite meaning. It was solemn but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead, made to remember they were loved after their deaths, and were given the warm sense of peace. As though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go, and they squinted at that warm light, offering their respect to an unknown member of the living who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. She comes back as a zombie. Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which they had long forgotten. George remembered being told he must not say anything and hurriedly covered his mouth. Or it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat because he'd seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. And then those eyelids slowly opened. Her eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which called back her soul, slowly dissolved the fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. And then her eyes moved and recognized George. Yeah, I think you guys understood that one. That line. As her lips shook weakly. Stood? How do lips stand? Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint, so faint that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and should have been dead, call his name once more.
Shannon. 僕がわかるかい?
Know who I am?
ジョージさん。これは夢なの?
Is this a dream?
いや、これは夢じゃないよ。
It's no dream. In fact, it might suck in the end because you're both probably gonna die in like a couple hours.
だからほら。
Well, let's see here.
つねっても。
Even if I pinch you, you won't wake up. Or does the ending change if it's a different Beatrice? No golden banquet? As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past when Shannon had been surprised by something and asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate with when they're reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up without talking, and her strength was still feeble. Putting her arms around George's back took all she had, so George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to the place the other's hand couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly yet so gently, and as Shannon's fingers curled around his back, on her ring finger the engagement ring George gave her definitely shone. The strong glint certainly wasn't just the sparkle of diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because of that strong light existed that they'd been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring, the feelings of those pair, embodied in that ring, were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. The magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, and knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the endless witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magical power exists in the place furthest away from she who called herself a great witch.
Beatrice-sama.
Beatrice-sama.
彼女が君を
She
生
brought
き
you
返ら
back
せて
to
くれた
life.
んだ。ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Thank you, Beatrice. No.
わらわは何もできなかった。
I did nothing.
シャノンを蘇らせたのは
Revive
そなた
Shannon.
の魔力。
What's your magical power?
そなたの魔
It was your
法。
magic.
奇跡を成し遂げる後ろ宮の血。確かに見届けさせて
Shiromiya blood, which makes miracles come true, surely saw you through.
ジョージさんが私を
George revived me?
うん。
Indeed.
わらわなど足元にも及ばぬほどの凄まじき魔力であった
This is
ぞ。
an incredible display of magical power, one that I could not hope to compete with.
わらわなどはまだまだ見習いの域を出ぬか。
So I am still nothing more than an apprentice.
今こそ身の程を知ろうぞ。
I finally know my place. Beato staggered backwards, her physical strength clearly exhausted. She humbly said George's power alone revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all her magical and physical strength, and she reflected on how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she'd been able to play around with whoever she wanted to in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly, and by doing that, those feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Thank you, Beatrice.
君は僕たちの恩人だ。
In your debt.
ありがとうございます、ベアトリーチェ様。
Thank you very much, Beatrice.
再びジョージ様に会わせてくださったこのご恩を決して忘れません。
I owe you for bringing me to George again.
よせよせ。
Stop that.
愛し合う二人に感謝されては、下道の極みと恐れられたわら
Being
わは。
thanked by a pair of lovers is far too embarrassing for one who's been feared as a monster of a person.
わらわのことは気にす
Don't worry
る
about me.
存分に。再会を。
Celebrate your reunion together to the fullest. Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from magic? I probably haven't been this tired since I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh wait, didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? Ah, don't be so naive, Beatrice. Isn't that what killing means?
ようやく
And finally,
魔法の使い方を思い出したようですね。
finally remembered how to use magic.
頭ん中酸欠でカラッカラで。
It feels parched and suffocated. I can't even remember.
それよりあんた。
More importantly,
殺したじゃねえ
didn't
か
I
よ。
kill you?
現れるんじゃねえ
You
よ。
shouldn't be appearing.
あなたが未だに私を生かしていますよ。
You still allow me to live even.
だからこうして現れ
That's
ら
why I
れ
appear
ま
like
す。
that.
もっとも、あなたの頭を撫でに来たわけでも
However,
あ
I
り
did
ませ
not
んが
come just to pat your head.
無様なわらわを。
You come to
わ
sneer.
ざわざ嘲笑いに来たかよ。それに、隠居までした魔女が、今さら頭なんか撫でられちゃ。
Anyway, if I have my head
他の
pat
魔女の笑い物だ
by a retired witch after all that's happened, the other witches will laugh at me.
そうですね。
That's right.
一人前どころか、現役を退いたと豪語するあなたなのに、
According to your bragging, you were not only a full adult but a
今
retired
頃
one.
になって魔法の使い方を覚えたなど、恥ずかしくて誰にも言えませんね。
And yet, only now have you learned how to use magic. That certainly does sound too embarrassing to tell anyone. Just tell me about it.
だな、内緒にしてくれよ。お嬢様。
Keep it a secret, okay, teacher? Beato gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
愛か。
Love, is it?
勝てねえ。
I'm no match.
45データ受領。
45 data received.
射撃準備完了。
Fighting
弾
preparations
種選定
included.
装填。
Ammo type selected and loaded. Who's getting shot? Oh. We gotta wait. We gotta wait till next time, don't we? Damn. It's getting way too late. That music can't be good. Are they both gonna die now? That's not good. We're gonna have to find out next time. I'm sorry, guys.